Welcome to Quiet Chronicles. For a little while, the long reach of the day can begin to loosen. The messages, the obligations, the unfinished replies, the small weight of being available to other people for so many hours, all of it may now settle into the background. Nothing more needs to be answered just now. Nothing needs to be held in readiness. The history can take its own slow pace. If Quiet Chronicles has become part of your weekly rest, you are warmly invited to subscribe so new long-form histories can find you as they are published. A gentle like also helps the channel continue bringing calm, carefully told chronicles to others who may be looking for a quieter end to the day. And if you have a moment before sleep comes, your thoughts are always welcome. Let us know whether the background music feels soft enough, whether the narration is clear and restful, and whether there is a particular place, empire, invention, figure, or forgotten chapter of history you would like Quiet Chronicles to explore next. This is the complete story of the Industrial Revolution, told not as a sudden age of machines, but as a long transformation of fields, workshops, rivers, coal seams, counting houses, mills, cities, railways, empires, and time itself. It begins in an older world of harvests and hand labor, then follows the gradual making of the industrial world whose traces still remain beneath ordinary modern life. The older world may now begin to gather slowly, and the chronicle may begin. Chapter 1. Before the machines. Fields, food, and the older economy. In the English and Scottish countryside of the late 17th and early 18th centuries, the first conditions of the Industrial Revolution gathered in forms that did not yet resemble industry. Fields lay under old arrangements of custom, tenure, parish obligation, and common right, and the yearly movement of ploughing, sowing, grazing, and harvest still governed much of ordinary life. A household might hold strips in an open field, use common pasture for animals, gather fuel, or gleanings where local practice allowed it, and depend on a pattern of rights that was not always written down with legal precision. Such arrangements were not timeless, because no human system ever is, but they carried an older balance between subsistence, local bargaining, and rural memory. By the 1690s, men such as Gregory King and Charles Davenant were already trying to measure England in new ways. They estimated population, income, trade, consumption, harvest, taxation, and social rank with a confidence that belonged to the age of political arithmetic. Their figures were imperfect, and modern historians handle them carefully, but the habit behind them mattered. A country that could be counted could also be compared, taxed, improved, and rearranged. Before the factory clock came the statistical table, and before the engine house came the ledger that tried to say how much a kingdom produced and how many mouths it had to feed. The older rural economy was under pressure from population, market demand, and the ambitions of landowners who believed that land should yield more than custom had allowed. In some regions, enclosure proceeded by agreement. In others, it came through parliamentary acts that altered village life with a line on a map and a fence on the ground. Hedges and ditches marked more than property. They marked a change in the meaning of land, from a shared field of overlapping rights into a more exclusive instrument of production. For those who gained compact holdings, enclosure could mean drainage, rotation, selective breeding, and steadier profit. For those who lost access to commons, it could mean the narrowing of old protections that had helped a poor household endure a difficult year. Not all of this happened at once, and not all of it happened everywhere. The English Midlands, East Anglia, parts of the South, and later other districts moved at different speeds, shaped by soil, law, tenancy, local power, and market access. Scotland had its own agricultural changes, especially during the 18th century, as improvement reshaped estates and rural relations in ways both productive and disruptive. The point is not that enclosure created factories by itself. It is that the countryside slowly released labor, food, capital, and habits of calculation into a world that would soon demand all four. Jethro Tull belonged to this world of improvement, though his ideas were neither universally accepted nor always immediately successful. Born in the late 17th century, he became associated with the seed drill and with a system of horse-hoeing husbandry that placed grain in rows rather than scattering it broadly by hand. In his published writings, he argued for more exact cultivation, for the stirring of soil between the rows, and for an agriculture that treated the field almost as a managed mechanism of growth. A seed drill was a modest object beside a steam engine, but its purpose was related in spirit: to reduce waste, impose order, and make a process more regular than inherited practice had made it. Tull's work also shows how improvement moved through print as well as through farms. A device could be built, described, criticized, copied, altered, and misunderstood. The agricultural book became one of the vehicles by which experiment traveled. His claims about plant nourishment were not all sound, yet his insistence on method belonged to a broader culture that found virtue in careful arrangement. It is a small but telling feature of the period that an argument about rows of grain could become part of a national conversation about productivity. The field was becoming an object of analysis, not only a place of labor. Around the same time, the rotation of crops took on new importance. The system often associated with Norfolk farming brought turnips, barley, clover, and wheat into a sequence that could sustain livestock and restore fertility without leaving land fallow in the older way. Turnips fed animals through winter, and clover helped keep soil productive while supporting more stock. More livestock meant more manure, and more manure meant better grain yields, though the gains varied and depended on skill, capital, soil, and weather. The quiet significance of such changes is easy to miss because a turnip has none of the drama later granted to steam. Yet without more reliable food, industrial towns could not have grown in the same way. Charles Townshend, remembered with a nickname drawn from his enthusiasm for turnips, represented the aristocratic side of improvement. On his Norfolk estates, the techniques of rotation and estate management became associated with a broader belief that landowners should be active reformers of their own property. Improvement was practical, but it was also social. It carried prestige, conversation, and identity among those who wished to be seen as modern men of land. In that sense, the agricultural revolution was not only a matter of yield, it was part of an 18th century confidence that nature, labor, and profit could be brought into closer alignment by informed management. Robert Bakewell carried this logic into animals. At Dishley in Leicestershire, he became famous for selective breeding, especially of sheep and cattle, and his new Leicester sheep were valued for the qualities he cultivated with unusual care. Bakewell kept control over breeding lines, rented out rams, observed form and weight, and treated livestock as a living record of deliberate choice. This was not factory production, but it shared with later industry a preference for repeatable results. The animal body, like the field, became something to be improved through selection, record, and patient commercial attention. A miniature of Bakewell's world rests in the practical detail of his ram-letting. Rather than selling away his best breeding animals outright, he hired them to other farmers, turning reputation and bloodline into continuing income. Visitors came to Dishley to see what improvement looked like in flesh and wool, and the farm became almost a school for a certain kind of agricultural ambition. The scene should not be made too neat, because rural change remained uneven and contested, but Bakewell's practice reveals the new temper well. Knowledge was not merely held, it was monetized, displayed, and circulated. As yields improved and livestock grew more productive, the countryside did not become peaceful by that fact alone. Rising output could coexist with hardship, and a more efficient agriculture could require fewer laborers or change the terms on which labor was hired. Farm servants, cottagers, smallholders, and seasonal workers experienced improvement differently from landlords and substantial tenants. Some families remained rooted, others moved between village work, domestic spinning, road labor, parish relief, and eventually the manufacturing districts. The future factory population did not appear from nowhere. It accumulated through many small departures from older rural security. Domestic manufacturing already linked town and country before the rise of large factories. Wool, linen, metal goods, stockings, nails, ribbons, and other products moved through putting-out systems in which merchants supplied raw material and collected finished work from households or small workshops. A woman might spin between domestic tasks, a man might weave at home or in a small shop, and children might assist in stages of preparation. This was not the later factory, but it created habits of market dependence and separated production from direct household use. People who still lived in villages were already drawn into wider circuits of trade. The population of Britain rose during the 18th century, and that increase mattered in several ways at once. More people meant more consumers of food, cloth, fuel, pottery, tools, and housing. It also meant a larger labor force, though the relation between population and wages varied by region and decade. London had long been a vast market, but provincial towns also grew, and turnpikes, river navigation, and later canals made it easier for goods to move toward demand. Industrialization would need inventors, but it also needed buyers, carriers, clerks, servants, builders, miners, and a public accustomed to purchasing more of what it used. Transport improvements began before the railway age and should be given their proper place. Roads maintained through turnpike trusts allowed tolls to support repairs, though quality remained uneven. River navigation schemes deepened channels, managed locks, and connected inland producers to larger markets. Pack horses and carts still mattered, and coastal shipping remained one of Britain's great advantages. The industrial world did not suddenly replace older movement. It thickened it, improved it, and then placed new demands upon it. Rural society also produced capital, or at least the conditions in which capital could gather. Profitable estates, commercial farming, rents, trade income, and credit relationships all helped create funds that might later support canals, mines, mills, and manufacturing ventures. The line between landlord, merchant, banker, and industrial investor was not always sharp. Families diversified, partnerships formed, and money earned from land might pass into turnpikes, collieries, or textile enterprise. The Industrial Revolution would become famous for machines, but machines required subscriptions, loans, shares, contracts, and confidence before they could be built in numbers. By the middle decades of the 18th century then, Britain contained a countryside in motion. Food production had grown more responsive to markets, landholding had become more exclusive in many districts, rural labor had become more mobile, and improvement had become both a practical program and a social language. None of this made industrialization inevitable. Other parts of Europe had skilled workers, commercial agriculture, cities, and trade, and Britain's path depended on combinations that only became clear over time. Still, the fields had begun to serve a different economy, one increasingly able to feed towns, release workers, reward experiment, and think in quantities. The end of this first movement lies not in a factory yard, but in the habits that made factories possible. Measuring a harvest, enclosing a field, rotating crops, breeding sheep, hiring labor by the season, sending yarn through a putting-out network, lending money against future profit, each belonged to an older world and yet pointed beyond it. As grain, wool, rents, tolls, and wages passed through account books, the next part of the story was already taking form in columns of figures and promises to pay. The countryside had supplied food and labor. The counting house would teach that world how to borrow, insure, trade, and expand. Chapter 2: Credit, Empire, and the Counting House. The counting house took the produce of fields, workshops, ships, and mines and turned it into promises that could travel farther than any cart or pack horse. In the ledgers of merchants and bankers, grain became a price, wool became an order, a cargo became an insured risk, and future profit became something that could be borrowed against before it had arrived. This was not industrial machinery, but it belonged to the same long rearrangement of life into measured parts. Before steam engines could multiply power, paper had already learned to multiply trust. After the glorious revolution of 1688, Britain's political settlement gave unusual strength to this world of calculation. Parliament gained a firmer place in public finance, the Crown's borrowing became more accountable, and creditors grew more willing to lend to a state whose debts were tied to institutions rather than only to royal need. War remained expensive, and taxation remained burdensome, but the government could increasingly raise money through funded debt, customs, excise, lotteries, and long-term loans. A fiscal state able to borrow on that scale could maintain fleets, protect trade routes, and support the imperial framework within which British commerce expanded. In 1694, the Bank of England was founded as part of this new financial order. Its early purpose was not to serve ordinary depositors in the modern sense, but to lend a large sum to the government and receive privileges in return. Subscribers brought capital, the state received credit, and the bank became a central presence in the management of public debt. The event was practical, almost dry in its paperwork, yet it altered the atmosphere of commerce because it helped make government borrowing seem durable. A nation that could fund war and trade through organized credit stood in a different relation to the future. The miniature is worth lingering over for a moment, because the founding of the bank shows how quietly some revolutions occur. Men subscribed money not to a machine, not to a canal, not to a mill, but to an institution whose power rested on confidence. Names entered lists, sums were recorded, annuities promised, and the government's need was converted into an asset that could circulate. The transaction did not smell of coal or cotton. Still, in its own restrained way, it helped build the financial floor on which coal mines, ports, turnpikes, and factories would later stand. Credit also depended on places where information gathered. The Royal Exchange in London had long been a meeting ground for merchants, brokers, and dealers, and by the late 17th and early 18th centuries, coffee houses added another layer to commercial life. News from ships, prices from markets, rumors of war, notices of bankruptcy, and opportunities for investment moved through rooms where a cup of coffee could accompany a conversation worth thousands of pounds. These were not informal in the sense of being casual. They were social spaces where reputation, speed, and memory helped decide whose paper could be trusted. Lloyd's Coffee House became especially important to marine insurance. A ship leaving for the Caribbean, the Baltic, India, or the Mediterranean carried not only goods but uncertainty, storms, capture, delay, leakage, bad markets, and human error. Insurance did not remove danger, but it distributed risk across men willing to underwrite a voyage for a price. On a slip of paper, a vessel's name, route, cargo, and valuation could pass before those who added their names and shares of liability. The ocean entered the counting house as a calculation. One can see the shape of the future in that transaction. A merchant did not need to be fearless if risk could be priced. A voyage did not need to be safe if loss could be divided. The world did not need to become smaller in physical fact for commerce to behave as though distance had become more manageable. This habit of turning uncertainty into a contract would later suit canals, railways, mines, and mills, where investors committed money to enterprises whose returns lay beyond immediate sight. Bills of exchange helped money move without the constant movement of coin. A merchant in one city could settle obligations through written instruments recognized by another merchant elsewhere, and networks of trust allowed debts to be transferred, discounted, and cleared. Gold and silver still mattered, of course, and credit could fail with painful speed when confidence broke. Yet the expansion of paper instruments meant that trade no longer depended only on the physical availability of specie at every step. Industrial growth would require exactly this kind of flexibility, because fixed capital in machinery, buildings, canals, and engines could not easily be raised from small local savings alone. The Navigation Acts placed this commercial world inside an imperial framework. They were designed to direct colonial trade through English and later British ships and ports, strengthening maritime power and binding colonies to the mother country's economic system. The Acts did not operate perfectly, and smuggling, local interest, and imperial distance complicated enforcement. Even so, they encouraged a pattern in which ships, customs officers, naval protection, port merchants, colonial staples, and manufactured exports all reinforced one another. Trade became not merely private enterprise, but part of national strategy. Atlantic commerce brought wealth into British ports, but it also tied that wealth to violence and coercion that must be named without turning the chapter toward shock. Sugar from the Caribbean, tobacco from the Chesapeake, rice, indigo, timber, and later cotton all moved through systems shaped by empire and, in several crucial regions, by enslaved labor. British merchants, shipbuilders, insurers, refiners, manufacturers, and creditors profited from these connections in direct and indirect ways. The Industrial Revolution did not arise from slavery alone, and historians continue to weigh the proportions of cause carefully, but the Atlantic world supplied markets, capital, raw materials, and commercial habits that became part of Britain's industrial ascent. Liverpool, Bristol, London, Glasgow, and other ports grew within this wider system. Warehouses held sugar hogsheads, tobacco, timber, textiles, hardware, and countless smaller goods that linked households to oceans they would never see. Customs records, ship registries, bills of lading, and insurance documents made the empire legible to officials and merchants. A cargo could be reduced to weight, quality, origin, duty, and expected price. Here again, the habit of abstraction mattered, because industrial capitalism would depend on the ability to separate goods from their makers, places from their distances, and labor from the lives in which it occurred. Daniel Defoe observed this commercial Britain with fascination. Known now chiefly for fiction, he was also a writer of trade, projects, credit, travel, bankruptcy, and economic improvement. In his world, commerce was not merely buying and selling, it was national vigor, personal ambition, and moral risk all at once. He understood how confidence could enrich and ruin, how reputation could function almost like capital, and how a trading nation depended on an invisible fabric of belief. His writings help reveal an 18th century mind learning to see commerce as one of the main engines of public life. The language of improvement moved easily between land and trade. Just as agricultural improvers looked at fields and saw waste to be reduced, commercial projectors looked at roads, rivers, harbors, banks, taxes, and colonies, and saw systems to be made more profitable. Some schemes were sound, others speculative, and the early 18th century had no shortage of bubbles, failures, and reckless hopes. The South Sea Bubble of 1720 showed how public debt, imperial fantasy, and speculative appetite could swell beyond reason and then leave ruin behind. It was a warning that paper could multiply illusion as well as trust. Yet the answer to financial crisis was not a retreat from credit. Britain's commercial and political classes learned, adjusted, regulated in some areas, tolerated risk in others, and continued to build a society in which debt and investment were normal instruments of growth. Government bonds became part of private wealth. Bankers and merchants learned to read one another through correspondence, reputation, and balance sheets. Insurance, annuities, shares, and loans connected people who might never meet but whose fortunes rested on the same ships, wars, harvests, and markets. The fiscal military state gave this system a hard public edge. Britain's wars against France and other rivals were not interruptions of commercial development. They were woven into it. War demanded taxes, borrowing, naval stores, uniforms, weapons, provisions, transport, and administration, while victory or negotiated advantage could open markets and secure colonies. The navy protected trade routes and threatened those of enemies, and dockyards themselves became vast organized workplaces where timber, rope, iron, canvas, labor, and accounting met at an impressive scale. Long before the factory became the emblem of disciplined production, the state had learned to gather materials and men for large technical purposes. Taxes reached into ordinary life through excise duties on beer, salt, soap, candles, leather, and other goods. Such taxation could be resented, and sometimes fiercely, but it also gave the state dependable revenue streams that creditors recognized. A candle in a household, a cask in a tavern, a stamped document, or a barrel passing through customs could belong to the same structure that financed fleets and armies. The connection between intimate daily objects and imperial power was not always visible to those who paid, but it was real. Industrial Britain would be built partly through this ability to draw small sums from many acts of consumption and turn them into large capacities. As the 18th century advanced, the counting house became a meeting point for agriculture, empire, state power, and manufacturing. A landowner might invest in a canal. A merchant might finance a mill. A banker might support a mine. An insurer might underwrite ships carrying the raw material that fed a textile district. The boundaries between sectors remained, but money crossed them with increasing ease. This mattered because early industry often required large expenses before profit arrived. Water frames, buildings, wheels, engines, roads, warehouses, and later iron rails all demanded confidence in a return not yet earned. By the time cotton, coal, and iron began to transform production more visibly, Britain had developed institutions capable of holding long chains of obligation together. The Bank of England steadied public credit, coffee houses and exchanges gathered information, marine insurance softened risk, bills of exchange moved value, and imperial trade widened both supply and demand. None of these things spun thread or pumped water, yet they made it easier for thread and water, cotton and coal, workshop and mine to be organized beyond the limits of a single household or village. The next movement of the story therefore leaves the counting house with its ledgers still open. In those pages lay voyages insured against loss, taxes pledged against debt, cargoes priced before arrival, and investments made in enterprises not yet built. Money had learned to move through promise, and promise had learned to attach itself to timber, tobacco, sugar, wool, iron, and coal. From those figures, the chronicle turns toward the heavier materials waiting beneath and beside this paper world, where the River Severn, the furnaces of Coalbrookdale, and the dark usefulness of coal began to give industrial finance a body of iron. Chapter 3: Coal, Iron, and the River Severn. From the promises written in ledgers, the story turns toward the heavier materials that gave those promises weight. Coal and iron did not belong to paper alone. They had to be dug, hauled, smelted, cast, cooled, sold, and carried through landscapes where rivers, roads, woodland, seams of mineral, skilled hands, and patient investment all met in practical relation. Along the River Severn, and especially around Coalbrookdale, this relation became unusually fruitful because a navigable waterway ran near deposits of coal and ironstone, and because generations of metal workers already understood that heat, ore, and technique could turn the stubborn earth into saleable form. Britain's coal had been used long before the Industrial Revolution. London had burned sea coal, brought by coastal shipping from the northeast for centuries, and many towns depended on coal for domestic heating, brewing, lime burning, glass making, salt boiling, and other trades that consumed fuel in quantity. Wood and charcoal remained important, but woodland was not infinitely elastic, and the rising demand for heat placed pressure on older supplies. Coal offered dense energy, though it was dirty, smoky, and awkward in uses that required clean heat. Its importance lay not only in abundance, but in location. Workable seams stood near rivers, ports, and growing markets, where fuel could enter wider circulation. Iron, too, had an older life. Bloomeries, forges, furnaces, smithies, nail-making districts, and small metal trades had long supplied tools, weapons, hinges, pots, horseshoes, grates, and fittings. The difficulty was scale. Blast furnaces needed fuel, and charcoal iron-making depended on timber converted into charcoal, which meant that iron production was tied to woodland management and the slow renewal of trees. Where timber became expensive or scarce, ironmasters faced limits that could not be solved by skill alone. The search for another fuel did not come from abstract curiosity. It came from the ordinary pressure of cost, demand, and constraint. Coalbrookdale sat in a district already shaped by these pressures. The Severn Gorge offered water power, transport, ironstone, limestone, clay, and coal within reach of one another, an uncommon concentration of industrial necessities. Barges could move goods along the river toward Bristol and beyond, though navigation was never without difficulty, and seasonal water levels, tolls, and transshipments still mattered. Roads in the district were often rough, and heavy goods punished weak surfaces. A river, even a difficult one, could do work that teams of horses could not do cheaply across long distances. Abraham Darby entered Coalbrookdale in the early 18th century as a Quaker ironmaster with experience in brass and iron casting. In fine 1709, he successfully used coke, derived from coal, to smelt iron in a blast furnace, and this event has often been treated as one of the essential steps toward industrialization. It should be handled carefully. Darby did not instantly create a new iron age, and coke-smelted iron took time to improve, spread, and find its full range of uses. Still, the achievement mattered because it loosened iron production from its older dependence on charcoal and opened a path toward larger output where coal was plentiful. Coke was coal altered by heating in limited air so that volatile elements were driven off, leaving a fuel more suitable for the furnace. Its use required control, experience, and adaptation, because iron-making was not a simple matter of replacing one fuel with another. Furnace temperature, ore quality, impurities, blast, charge, and the intended product all affected success. Darby's early business was especially associated with cast iron goods such as pots, kettles, and other wares, where his foundry could compete in markets already accustomed to metal household objects. In such goods, industrial change entered kitchens and hearths before it entered railway bridges. A small miniature of Darby's world can be found in the casting of iron pots. The object was ordinary, but the business behind it was not. A pot had to be strong enough for use, thin enough to save metal, regular enough to satisfy buyers, and cheap enough to compete with rivals. Darby's earlier experience with brass casting helped him refine sand casting methods for iron, and this gave Coalbrookdale a practical commercial base. The Industrial Revolution often appears later as a story of great machines, yet here it rested on domestic vessels whose value lay in repeatability, price, and distribution. Quaker networks also mattered, not as a romantic footnote, but as a practical structure of trust. The Darby family, like other Quaker business families, operated within circles where reputation, kinship, discipline, and correspondence could support credit and partnership. Religious dissenters faced restrictions in some areas of public life, but they were often active in commerce, manufacturing, and technical enterprise. Their habits of record-keeping and mutual confidence could help sustain businesses that required patience and reinvestment. Coalbrookdale was therefore not only a place of awe and heat, it was also a place of family continuity and commercial culture. The Darby achievement passed into a longer family enterprise. Abraham Darby II and Abraham Darby III continued the development of the Coalbrookdale works as coke iron became increasingly important in the 18th century. Output rose over time, though unevenly, and iron goods spread into more uses as technique improved. Cast iron remained brittle compared with wrought iron, which limited where it could safely be used, but it had virtues of shape, compressive strength, and manufacturability. It could be poured into molds, made into cylinders, rails, pipes, plates, and structural members, and sold in forms that reflected the growing confidence of foundry practice. John Wilkinson belonged to the next stage of this confidence. Known for his work in boring cannon and cylinders, he helped make iron more precise. That word, precise, carries a quiet importance in industrial history. A steam engine cylinder that was roughly made wasted power. A better bored cylinder allowed pistons to fit more closely and engines to work more effectively. Wilkinson's boring machine, used in the service of Boulton and Watt's engines, linked iron founding to steam power in a mutually reinforcing chain. Better iron made better engines, and better engines would soon help make deeper mines and more powerful works possible. Rails first appeared in mining and industrial settings before the public railway age. Wooden rails, then iron plates and edge rails, helped move coal and other heavy goods with less friction than ordinary roads allowed. Horses could pull more on rails than on rutted tracks, and mines were among the places where such savings mattered. These early rails were not yet the grand lines of the 19th century, but they formed part of the same practical effort to reduce the cost of moving weight. Industrialization advanced through such modest economies, repeated thousands of times. Canals extended that logic over longer distances. In the mid and late 18th century, canal building drew together engineers, landowners, merchants, coal owners, lawyers, and investors in schemes that promised lower transport costs and more reliable supply. A canal toll might look like a small administrative detail, but it marked a new geography of profit. Coal that had been too expensive to carry far could reach towns at a lower price. Iron, clay, limestone, grain, pottery, timber, and manufactured goods could move in bulk with less strain. Water, guided through locks and cuts, became an instrument of industrial scale. The River Severn itself remained central to the world of Coalbrookdale. Its traffic carried raw materials, finished goods, and information through a landscape where many small enterprises depended on one another. Boatmen, wharfingers, carriers, furnace workers, miners, founders, carpenters, and merchants belonged to the same chain, though their lives differed greatly. The river did not erase distance, but it softened its cost. When one considers the later growth of industry, this point recurs often. A resource became truly powerful only when it could be moved, sold, and replenished. By the 1770s, the use of iron in structure had become bold enough to produce one of the most famous objects of early industrial Britain. The iron bridge over the Severn, completed in 1779 and opened in 1781, was associated with Abraham Darby III and designed with the involvement of Thomas Farnall's Pritchard. Its great cast iron ribs crossed the gorge in a form that borrowed from timber construction, while announcing a new material presence. The bridge was practical, carrying traffic across a difficult crossing, but it also became an emblem because it made iron visible in public space. The building of the iron bridge deserves close attention because it shows industry turning itself outward. Castings had to be made, transported, fitted, and raised with enough accuracy for the whole structure to hold. The joints and members reflected a craft vocabulary not yet fully independent of carpentry, and that makes the bridge more interesting, not less. New materials often enter history wearing the habits of older ones. The bridge stood, in part, because ironmasters were learning what iron could do while still thinking through forms inherited from wood. Visitors came to see the bridge, and its image circulated in prints, descriptions, and later memory. It crossed not only the Severn, but a boundary in imagination, suggesting that iron might belong to civic and architectural life as well as to pots, stoves, tools, and engines. Yet the district around it remained a working place, with smoke, tolls, furnaces, river traffic, and the daily fatigue of labor. The symbol and the industry were not separate. The same world that gave tourists a marvel gave workers long hours at heat and weight. Coal and iron also changed the kinds of places that could grow. A town near fuel and ore, with transport and credit, held advantages that a more isolated settlement could not easily match. The Black Country, South Wales, the Northeast, Shropshire, and later other districts developed identities formed by seams, furnaces, foundries, canals, and workshops. Their landscapes were not uniform, but they shared a dependence on energy drawn from below ground and labor organized around heat. Industrial geography was becoming mineral geography. Still, this chapter should not give coal and iron more solitude than they had. They depended on agriculture for food, on credit for investment, on law for property and contracts, on empire and trade for markets, and on skilled workers whose knowledge often moved by apprenticeship rather than by printed theory. The furnace was not an isolated miracle. It stood at the meeting point of many earlier changes. That is why the cascade from field to counting house to coal field matters. Each stage gave the next one something it could use. By the later 18th century, Britain had not yet become the fully industrial society of the 19th, but the material foundation was thickening. Coal supplied heat on a scale wood could not easily match. Coke allowed iron to grow beyond older charcoal limits. Foundries learned to cast larger and more accurate forms. Rivers, turnpikes, and canals carried weight farther and more cheaply. Investors could see that earth, fire, water, and account books might be joined into enterprises larger than the household workshop or village forge. Out of that joining came the next great problem. Coal mines needed pumping. Ironworks needed power, and manufacturers increasingly wanted motion that did not depend entirely on muscle, animal, wind, or falling water. The deeper the mines went, the more water gathered below. The more iron was made, the more precise machinery became possible. The more capital entered heavy enterprise, the more valuable, reliable power appeared. Coal and iron had given industrial finance a body. Now the body needed a moving breath, and the story turns toward the patient, awkward, transformative work of steam. Chapter 4: Newcomen, Watt, and the patient work of steam. The moving breath that coal and iron required first entered the industrial story through a problem older and more stubborn than the factory. Mines filled with water as they deepened, and the richer seams that owners wished to reach often lay below levels where ordinary drainage, horse gins, buckets, and adits could manage the burden. Coal had become valuable enough to justify difficult engineering, but value did not empty a pit. Water gathered without interest in profit, and every foot of depth could turn promise into expense. The need for power came first as a need to lift water away from the places where men hoped to work. Thomas Newcomen, a Devon ironmonger and Baptist lay preacher, belonged to a world of practical mechanics rather than formal science. With John Calley, a glazier and plumber, he developed an atmospheric engine that by 1712 was working at the Coneygree Coal Works near Dudley. Its principle was patient and heavy. Steam entered a cylinder. The steam was condensed by a spray of cold water. A partial vacuum formed, and atmospheric pressure pushed the piston down. Through a beam, that motion worked pumps in the mine below. The Newcomen engine was inefficient by later standards, but inefficiency is not the same as uselessness. In coal districts, where fuel was near and often cheap at the pithead, the engine's appetite could be tolerated because the water it removed opened access to more coal. Its great beam rose and fell slowly, not with the smooth confidence later associated with engines, but with enough regularity to change the economics of deep mining. A mine owner did not need an elegant machine. He needed a machine that would keep working. By the middle of the 18th century, Newcomen engines had spread across Britain and into parts of Europe. They pumped mines in Cornwall, the Midlands, the Northeast, and elsewhere, and their very size gave them a certain public presence. Engine houses stood near pits, with boilers, cylinders, beams, chains, pumps, and attendants bound into a cycle of heat and condensation. Such engines did not yet power spinning frames or locomotives. They were servants of extraction, tied to the wet darkness below ground and the rising demand for fuel above it. A miniature of the early steam age can rest at Coneygree, not because the place was theatrical, but because it shows the scale of the problem being answered. The engine there was installed to drain a coal mine, and its success lay in repetition rather than spectacle. Stroke after stroke, it turned heat into pumping work through a method that wasted much energy but saved enough labor to matter. The machine did not announce a new world in the language later generations would use. It merely did what the mine required, and by doing so it made the next requirements imaginable. Newcomen's invention also depended on earlier knowledge. Thomas Savery had patented a steam-powered pumping device in 1698, and his rights complicated the legal world around steam for years. The science of air pressure had been shaped by Evangelista Torricelli, Otto von Guericke, Robert Boyle, Denis Papin, and others, though Newcomen's achievement was not simply an application of theory. It was a working arrangement of metal, steam, valves, pumps, and timing. In industrial history, theory and craft rarely move in perfect order. Often they meet where a troublesome problem keeps demanding a better answer. The engine's limits were clear to those who paid for coal. Each cycle heated and cooled the same cylinder, wasting heat on a large metal surface that had to be warmed again and again. In mining districts where coal was abundant, this mattered less. In places where fuel was costly, it mattered greatly. The search for improvement therefore emerged from arithmetic as much as curiosity. If an engine could do the same work with less coal, the saving could be counted, contracted, and turned into income. James Watt entered the story through repair. In the early 1760s, while working as an instrument maker at the University of Glasgow, he was asked to examine a model of a Newcomen engine used for teaching. The model performed poorly, and Watt studied the reason with unusual care. He came to understand that the central waste lay in the repeated cooling of the cylinder. The idea that followed was simple in statement and difficult in execution: keep the cylinder hot and condense the steam in a separate vessel. That separate condenser, patented in 1769, became the heart of Watt's improvement. It allowed steam to do its work more economically, preserving heat in the main cylinder while condensation occurred elsewhere. The gain was not merely technical, it was commercial. A more efficient engine could be sold to mine owners and manufacturers on the promise of fuel savings, and those savings could support royalties. In this way, thermodynamics, though not yet named in its later form, entered the world of contracts. Watt did not succeed alone. His early partnership with John Roebuck, connected to the Carron Iron Works, gave him support but not final security, and it was the Birmingham manufacturer Matthew Boulton who provided the setting in which Watt's engine could become a business. Boulton's Soho manufactory was already a place of organized skill, producing metal goods with a degree of division, discipline, and finish that impressed visitors. He understood markets, credit, presentation, and the importance of making invention dependable. Watt brought the improved engine. Boulton helped give it a commercial life. The Soho partnership deserves its own closer attention. Boulton and Watt did not simply build engines and send them into the world as isolated objects. They negotiated with customers, surveyed sites, calculated expected savings, defended patents, trained workers, and relied on a network of skilled men able to erect and maintain complex machinery. William Murdoch, among others, became important in this practical world of installation and improvement. An engine was not only iron and steam, it was correspondence, measurement, trust, and aftercare. Patent law shaped the pace and character of Watt's success. His 1769 patent was extended by Parliament in 1775, giving Boulton and Watt a long period in which to profit from the separate condenser. They often charged royalties based on the amount of coal their engines saved compared with older engines, a method that reveals the age's growing comfort with calculated improvement. Some customers objected, competitors chafed, and disputes followed, especially as other engineers sought ways around the protected design. The steam engine became not only a machine of power, but also a machine of legal and commercial argument. Precision ironwork remained essential. A better engine needed a better cylinder, and John Wilkinson's boring machine gave Boulton and Watt the accuracy they required. Without closer fitting pistons and smoother cylinders, the promise of efficiency would have leaked away in practice. Here, the cascade from coal and iron into steam becomes especially visible. Coke smelted iron, foundry skill, boring tools, mine demand, and capital all converged on the engine. No single invention stood alone long enough to deserve solitude. At first, Watt's engines were used mainly for pumping, especially in mines and waterworks. Cornwall, with its deep copper and tin mines and costly coal, became one of the important markets for fuel-saving engines. There, every reduction in coal consumption mattered because fuel had to be brought at expense, often by sea and over difficult routes. The Cornish mining world therefore became a testing ground for steam economy. The figures in a fuel account could be as persuasive as any public demonstration. Yet Watt and Boulton also understood that steam might do more than pump. To power mills and manufactories, engines needed rotary motion rather than the simple up and down action suited to pumping rods. Watt developed methods for converting reciprocating motion into rotary power, including the sun and planet gear, used partly to avoid patent conflicts with existing crank arrangements. Once rotation could be made dependable, steam moved closer to textile mills, flour mills, breweries, ironworks, and other trades that needed turning shafts. It did not instantly replace water power, but it began to loosen industry from the strict geography of falling streams. This loosening was one of steam's great historical effects. Water power remained important well into the 19th century, and early factories often depended on rivers because water wheels were established, reliable and cheaper where conditions were favorable. But water placed industry in certain valleys and beside certain falls. Steam could be placed where coal, labor, capital, and markets made sense, provided fuel could be obtained. Over time, this meant that industrial geography could gather more densely around coalfields, ports, towns, and transport networks. The engine also altered the imagination of power. Muscle tired, animals needed fodder, wind varied, and water rose or fell with season and site. Steam required fuel and maintenance, and it failed when badly managed. But it offered a different promise, power made regular through heat, metal, and supervision. A factory owner, mine owner, or miller could think increasingly in terms of capacity, hours, and output. That habit would become one of the defining mental disciplines of industrial society. Still, the early steam age should not be mistaken for a world suddenly filled with engines. Many industries continued with hand labor, horsepower, water wheels, and older techniques. Watt engines were expensive, patent protected, and dependent on skilled erection. The spread of steam varied by region and use. What changed first was not the whole economy, but the range of possibilities available to those with the capital, fuel, and need to adopt it. By the end of the 18th century, Boulton and Watt engines had become signs of a new industrial confidence. They pumped mines, supplied water, and powered mills with a steadiness that made contemporaries speak of improvement in almost moral terms. The engine house, with its beam and chimney, joined the furnace, the canal, and the counting house as one of the working forms of the age. It connected the underground world of coal to the disciplined motion of production. Heat became motion. Motion became output. Output became profit, wages, and further demand. Out of that demand, the story turns toward cotton. Steam had shown how power could be made more regular, but cotton revealed how quickly production could accelerate when power, machinery, raw material, labor, and global markets converged. The field had supplied food, the counting house had supplied credit, coal and iron had supplied body, and steam had supplied motion. Now that motion would take hold of thread, and thread would draw the Industrial Revolution into mills, patents, fortunes, and households across the world. Chapter 5: Cotton and the Thread of Acceleration. Thread now takes up the motion that steam had made more regular, and cotton becomes the material through which the Industrial Revolution quickened its pace. It was light, washable, adaptable, and increasingly desired by consumers who wanted cloth that could be printed, colored, worn, sold, and replaced with less ceremony than older textiles. Yet cotton was never a small story, even when it passed through a spinner's fingers. It connected Asian skill, Atlantic shipping, British fashion, imperial policy, plantation labor, household budgets, river valleys, patent courts, and factory discipline. In its softness, it carried one of the hardest reorganizations of the 18th century. Before mechanized cotton rose in Britain, the older textile world was already complex and skilled. Wool remained central. Linen had its own regional importance. Silk carried luxury and regulation, and cotton cloth had long been admired in the form of Indian calicos, muslins, and chintzes. Printed and painted cottons from India had become fashionable in Europe, troubling domestic wool and silk interests enough that Parliament passed laws in the early 18th century restricting the import and use of certain cotton goods. These restrictions did not extinguish desire. They helped turn British effort toward imitation, substitution, and eventually mechanized production. Lancashire became one of the great centers of this transformation. Its damp climate suited cotton spinning, its streams could power early mills, its towns and villages already held textile workers, and its position connected it to Liverpool's Atlantic trade. Manchester, Bolton, Blackburn, Preston, Oldham, and many smaller places belonged to a widening geography of yarn, cloth, warehouses, and merchants. Domestic spinning and weaving had long existed there in scattered households and workshops. Industrialization did not arrive upon an empty map. It intensified a map already marked by skill. The early bottleneck lay in spinning. A weaver using a loom could consume yarn faster than hand spinners could supply it, and this imbalance grew sharper after John Kay's flying shuttle, patented in 1733, allowed a weaver to work wider cloth more quickly. Kay's device did not immediately transform all weaving, and its adoption varied, but it placed pressure on yarn production. In the old domestic system, carding, rooving, spinning, winding, warping, and weaving were distributed through households and small shops, each stage carrying its own pace. When one stage accelerated, the others began to strain. James Hargreaves answered part of that strain with the spinning jenny, traditionally dated to the 1760s. The jenny allowed one worker to spin several spindles at once, increasing output while still fitting, at first, into a relatively small workshop or domestic setting. It was especially useful for producing softer weft yarn, rather than the stronger warp needed for many fabrics. Its importance lay not only in the number of spindles, but in the way it multiplied a worker's reach. One pair of hands, guided by a frame, could now manage what had once required several. Hargreaves's invention also shows how intimate and contested textile innovation could be. Machinery entered a world where families relied on inherited skill, local wage patterns, and fragile independence. A new frame promised more yarn, but it also threatened workers who feared that skill and livelihood would be cheapened. Reports of opposition to Hargreaves and damage to machines belong to this early phase of anxiety, before the more famous Luddite disturbances of the 19th century. The textile worker was not irrationally hostile to invention. Often, he or she understood with painful clarity that a machine could alter the terms of survival. Richard Arkwright's water frame moved the story in another direction. Patented in 1769, the water frame produced stronger yarn and suited larger installations driven by water power. Arkwright was not merely an inventor in the narrow sense. He was an organizer of capital, labor, power, patents, buildings, and discipline. He drew together partners, protected claims, chose sites, and built a system in which machinery and management supported one another. His achievement lay in making spinning not only faster, but more centralized. At Cromford in Derbyshire, beginning in the early 1770s, Arkwright created one of the emblematic early factory settlements. Water from the Bonsall Brook and the Cromford Soff helped power the machinery, while buildings, worker housing, warehouses, and rules formed an industrial environment more concentrated than the older putting-out system. The water frame required coordination. It needed power delivered through shafts and gearing, workers present at assigned hours, raw cotton prepared and fed through stages, and capital sufficient to keep the whole arrangement moving. A mill was therefore not a large tool, but an institution. The miniature of Arkwright at Cromford is useful because it reveals how a cotton fortune was assembled from many small forms of control. Patents guarded the machine. Bells and schedules guarded time. Overseers guarded conduct. Watercourses guarded motion, when they were well managed and when weather allowed. The product was yarn, but the deeper invention was a repeatable arrangement of power, labor, and capital. Arkwright's later knighthood and wealth made him a symbol of self-made industrial success, though his career was also shaped by partnership, litigation, borrowed knowledge, and the labor of many unnamed hands. Samuel Crompton's spinning mule, developed in 1779, joined features of the jenny and the water frame. It could produce fine, strong yarn of remarkable quality, and it became vital to the expansion of cotton spinning. Crompton himself did not gain from his invention as Arkwright gained from his system. He lacked the same command of patents and capital, and his machine spread in ways that brought prosperity to others more readily than to him. The contrast is instructive. In industrial history, invention and reward often traveled on different roads. Crompton's mule also preserved a place for skill within mechanization. Mule spinning required judgment, touch, timing, and experience, especially as machines grew larger and yarn counts finer. The mule spinner could become a valued worker, and in some districts, mule spinners later formed a relatively strong labor group. Mechanization did not always mean the immediate disappearance of skill. Sometimes it relocated skill into the tending, adjusting, and supervising of a more powerful process. Edmund Cartwright's power loom, patented in the 1780s, addressed weaving, but its early path was slow and difficult. Weaving resisted mechanization longer than spinning, partly because the movements of the loom, the handling of broken threads, and the quality of cloth required practical refinements that took time. Handloom weavers therefore continued in large numbers into the 19th century, even as machine-spun yarn poured through the economy. For some, the early abundance of yarn brought temporary prosperity. Later, as power looms improved and spread, that same abundance helped press wages downward and independence away. The stages of cotton production became increasingly specialized. Raw cotton had to be opened, cleaned, carded into a web, drawn into slivers, roved, spun, wound, warped, woven, bleached, dyed, printed, finished, packed, and sold. Each stage offered opportunities for machinery, supervision, and savings, but each also created new demands on the others. A faster spinning room required more prepared cotton. More yarn required more weavers. More cloth required more bleaching, printing, transport, finance, and markets. Cotton accelerated because it was a system in motion, not because one machine solved everything. Water power shaped the first geography of many cotton mills. Rivers and streams in Derbyshire, Lancashire, Scotland and elsewhere drew entrepreneurs toward valleys where falling water could turn wheels and shafts. These sites could be inconvenient for labor supply or transport, so mill owners sometimes built housing, shops, chapels and schools nearby. Later steam power allowed cotton manufacturing to gather more densely in towns, especially where coal and labor were accessible. The movement from water to steam did not erase water at once, but it gave cotton a new freedom of location. The raw material came from far beyond these mill valleys. In the 18th century, cotton reached Britain through Mediterranean, Caribbean, Brazilian, Indian, and later increasingly American sources. After the invention and spread of Eli Whitney's cotton gin in the United States in the 1790s, short staple cotton became easier to clean, and the American South expanded dramatically as a supplier. That expansion depended on enslaved labor, a fact that sits inside the cotton story even when the chapter remains centered on British machinery. British consumers often met the Industrial Revolution not in furnaces or engine houses, but in cloth. Printed cottons could be bright, washable, and comparatively affordable. Dresses, gowns, handkerchiefs, bed hangings, children's clothing, and household textiles carried industrial change into intimate spaces. A piece of cotton could hold Indian design influence, British printing technique, Atlantic raw material, Lancashire spinning, merchant credit, and shopkeeping display in one folded length. Few objects better show how industrialization made the distant ordinary. The expansion of cotton also changed towns. Mills required workers, and workers required rooms, food, fuel, water, credit, and streets. Small places grew rapidly, and larger towns became thick with warehouses, chapels, foundries, counting houses, canals, and later railway connections. Cotton dust settled in workrooms. Oil, leather belts, wooden floors, and iron frames formed part of the material world of labor. Wages varied by task, age, gender, and decade, and the household economy adjusted around the mill's demands. The family did not disappear as an economic unit. It was drawn into a new discipline. Patent disputes accompanied this expansion because valuable machines invited imitation and challenge. Arkwright defended his patents vigorously, but in 1785 key claims were set aside after legal challenge, opening the way for wider use of related machinery. The courtroom thus became one of the places where industrialization advanced. A legal decision could alter who was allowed to build, profit, copy, and improve. In an age that admired invention, the ownership of invention remained a central and often bitter question. By the end of the 18th century, cotton had become Britain's leading industrial sector, and its growth continued powerfully into the 19th. It drew on the earlier cascade of agricultural change, commercial credit, coal, iron, and steam, but it also gave those forces a new market and a new urgency. More yarn called for better machinery. More cloth called for better transport. More mills called for more power, more workers, more capital, and more coal. The system fed upon its own expansion. Yet cotton's triumph should be held gently beside its costs. It disrupted older hand trades, bound British prosperity to slavery and empire, employed children and women in demanding conditions, enriched some families beyond older measures, and filled markets with goods that changed the texture of daily life. It was neither a simple blessing nor a simple calamity. Its historical force lay in combination: comfort and compulsion, invention and imitation, cheapness and dependency, discipline and desire. As the thread lengthened through mills, warehouses, ports, and homes, it drew workers into a more concentrated world. The machines that spun cotton needed attendants, and the buildings that housed them needed rules. Water frames, mules, and power looms did not merely increase output, they changed where work happened and how time was kept. The thread that began in fields far away now passed into rooms governed by bells, overseers, wheels, and shafts, and the next movement of the story enters that disciplined space where the factory clock began to teach labor a new obedience. Chapter 6: The Factory Clock and the New Discipline of Work. The factory clock began where the cotton thread entered rooms that could not run by household habit. Water frames, mules, and later power looms needed more than invention. They needed attendance, order, timing, repair, preparation, and a labor force gathered closely enough for power to pass from wheel or engine into many machines at once. In the older putting-out system, work could stretch around domestic duties, daylight, weather, local custom, and the uneven rhythms of family life. In the factory, time became more visible. It hung on walls, sounded in bells, appeared in rule books, and entered the wage as something counted, lost, fined, and sold. Richard Arkwright's Cromford Mill stands near the beginning of this new discipline. Built in Derbyshire in the early 1770s, it joined water power, machinery, capital, patents, buildings, and labor management into a form that later observers would recognize as one of the foundations of factory industry. The site drew power from watercourses connected with the Bonsall Brook and the Cromford Sough, and the machinery required workers to be present when the power was available. This was not a workshop enlarged by accident. It was an organized environment in which production depended on the careful arrangement of people as much as on the turning of frames. At Cromford, the factory settlement grew around the needs of the mill. Workers required housing, provisions, routines, and supervision, and Arkwright's enterprise drew families into a place where employment and residence stood in close relation. Women and children formed a large part of the labor force in many early textile mills because some tasks could be divided, taught, and supervised in ways that owners believed suited them to younger or less traditionally skilled workers. This did not make the labor light. It meant that industrial organization had found ways to use age, gender, and household necessity as parts of production. Parish apprentices became one of the most troubling features of the early factory world. Poor children could be bound by parish authorities to mill owners, lodged near works, and employed under arrangements that mixed welfare, compulsion, and labor supply. The system varied, and not every place was identical, but the moral unease it later provoked was well-founded. Apprenticeship had an older language of training and care, yet in the factory setting it could become a means of securing young workers for long hours under distant supervision. A word inherited from craft society had been carried into a sharper industrial order. The miniature of Cromford rests in the ordinary sequence of its day rather than in any single dramatic event. The water moved, the wheel turned, the shafts carried motion, and the frames required hands to piece broken ends, watch the flow of cotton, clean, carry, and respond to the overseer's instructions. Bells marked the beginning and ending of labor, and lateness could become a punishable fault rather than a private inconvenience. The mill's achievement was not merely that it spun cotton. It made labor punctual enough for machinery, and machinery demanding enough to reshape labor. Jedediah Strutt, Arkwright's associate and a significant manufacturer in his own right, belonged to the same world of organized production. His work in Derbyshire and elsewhere helped extend the factory system, and his earlier connection with stocking manufacture shows how different textile traditions fed into the new order. The early industrialists were not all the same kind of men. Some were inventors, some financiers, some merchants, some organizers, and many were combinations of these. Their common ground was the belief that production could be made more regular by concentrating power, workers, materials, and supervision. Rules mattered because machinery magnified disorder. A late worker could delay a process. A careless one could damage expensive equipment. A missing child or adult could leave a task uncovered. Factory regulations therefore reached into behavior that older forms of work had governed more loosely. fines for lateness, deductions for damaged materials, rules about cleanliness, restrictions on leaving, and penalties for talking or idleness appeared in different forms across industrial workplaces. The rulebook was one of the quiet documents of industrialization. It translated the owner's need for continuous output into the worker's daily discipline. This discipline altered family economies. In many households, wages came from several members rather than one male breadwinner, especially in textile districts where women and children found paid work in mills. A family might calculate rent, bread, coal, clothing, and debt around the combined earnings of parents, daughters, sons, and lodgers. Such arrangements could bring money into the household with new regularity, but they could also bind the household more tightly to mill schedules. The family remained central, yet its time was increasingly divided by an employer's bell. Factory labor also changed the meaning of skill. Older artisans often controlled tools, pace, and methods with a degree of independence, though that independence should not be exaggerated. In mills, some workers still possessed important knowledge, especially mechanics, overlookers, mule spinners, and others whose judgment affected quality and output. But many tasks were broken into narrower routines, supervised by others, and tied to machinery whose rhythm set the pace. Skill did not vanish. It was rearranged, ranked, and sometimes stripped from those who had once held it as bargaining power. Children's labor became one of the great public questions of the factory age. Children had worked in agriculture, households, domestic industry, mines, and workshops long before factories, so the scandal was not the mere fact of child work. What troubled reformers was its concentration, duration, discipline, and visibility inside mills. Long hours, night work in some cases, injuries, fatigue, and limited schooling became subjects of inquiry. The factory made older forms of child labor more measurable, and once measurable, more difficult for Parliament and the public to ignore entirely. The early 19th century brought a series of attempts to regulate factory labor, though slowly and incompletely. The Health and Morals of Apprentices Act of 1802 addressed parish apprentices in cotton mills, setting rules about hours, lodging, clothing, education, and religious instruction, but enforcement was weak. Later acts in 1819 and 1831 tried to limit the labor of children in cotton mills, again with many shortcomings. Reform moved through partial measures because industrial interests resisted interference, because inspection was difficult, and because the state was still learning how to enter the factory as a regular presence. The 1833 Factory Act marked a more substantial turn. It applied to textile mills, limited the working hours of children and young persons, required some schooling for children, and, crucially, created a system of factory inspectors. These inspectors did not solve the suffering of industrial labor, but they changed the relationship between the factory and the state. They entered workplaces, gathered evidence, questioned practices, and produced reports. The mill, once governed mainly by owner, overseer, custom, and local pressure, became part of a national administrative record. A second miniature gathers around those inspectors because their work shows the factory becoming legible. Leonard Horner, Robert Saunders, and other early inspectors moved through industrial districts with a difficult mandate, facing evasions, local hostility, practical obstacles, and the complexity of production itself. They had to know ages, hours, machinery, schooling arrangements, and the difference between rules on paper and rules in practice. Their notebooks and reports turned the working day into evidence. In doing so, they helped make industrial labor a public matter rather than a private bargain hidden behind mill walls. The presence of inspectors also reveals a wider change in government. Earlier British political culture often treated economic life as something best left to contract, custom, and local authority, though this was never absolute. Industrialization strained that confidence. When factories gathered hundreds of workers under one roof, when children's hours could be counted, when accidents and fatigue could be described, and when reformers carried testimony into Parliament, non-intervention became harder to defend without qualification. The state did not simply awaken to compassion. It was pushed by evidence, agitation, religion, politics, and the practical visibility of the factory system. Religious and philanthropic movements played a significant role in this pressure. Evangelicals, dissenters, medical men, Tory paternalists, radicals, and working-class campaigners often disagreed about causes and remedies, but they helped make factory conditions part of national debate. Michael Sadler's committee in 1832 gathered testimony that was powerful, though later criticized in some respects for its methods and selection. The Ashley-led campaigns that followed continued to press the question of hours and children's labor. The language of reform could be sentimental, moral, economic, and political all at once, because the factory touched every one of those registers. For workers, discipline did not mean silence or passivity. Mill hands changed jobs where they could, resisted rules in small ways, joined combinations despite legal restrictions, petitioned, attended meetings, and carried knowledge between workplaces. In some districts, the skilled workers within mechanized industries retained enough leverage to bargain collectively, while others remained highly vulnerable to dismissal, injury, illness, and market downturns. Industrial labor was not one experience. It was a range of positions within a system that increasingly valued regular output over older claims of customary independence. The clock remained the emblem of that system because it joined abstraction to the body. A minute late could become a fine. An hour worked could become a wage. A legal limit could be written as a number of hours, and an inspector could compare that number with testimony and factory books. Time, once shaped more visibly by season, daylight, task, and household need, did not lose those older meanings, but in the factory it became a stricter unit of exchange. The day was divided not only by sun and hunger, but by machinery's demand for continuous attendance. By the 1840s and 1850s, the factory system had become both familiar and contested. The 10 hours movement, later legislation, and continuing disputes over women's and children's labor showed that industrial discipline could be modified without being undone. Owners adjusted, workers adapted, reformers claimed partial victories, and production continued to expand. A system that had once seemed experimental became part of ordinary national life. The mill town, the factory bell, the overseer, the wage packet, and the inspection report settled into the landscape of modern Britain. Yet the factory should not be allowed to stand alone. It depended on cotton from distant fields, coal from mines, iron from foundries, credit from banks, food from improved agriculture, transport from roads and canals, and law from Parliament. Its clock kept time only because many other systems supplied what the clock organized. The discipline of work was therefore one chapter in a larger discipline of society, where materials, money, machines, and people were increasingly expected to arrive in the right place at the right hour. From that discipline, the story passes toward a gentler looking but equally revealing form of industry. The same age that gathered children, women, mechanics, and overseers into cotton mills also placed experiment, measurement, division of labor, and marketing into objects meant for dining rooms, shelves, and polite display. The factory clock had taught labor a new obedience. Now the chronicle turns to pottery, canals, showrooms, and the culture of improvement, where Josiah Wedgwood showed that industry could enter the home not only as cloth, but as taste. Chapter 7. Wedgwood, Improvement, and the Polite Machine. Taste now enters the story where the factory clock left it, carrying industry from the discipline of labor into the ordered surfaces of the household. The same 18th century confidence that measured fields, priced voyages, improved engines, and timed cotton mills also shaped cups, plates, teapots, medallions, vases, and table services. Pottery may seem quieter than coal or cotton, but it reveals the Industrial Revolution in one of its most intimate forms. It shows how experiment, transport, marketing, division of labor, and social aspiration could gather around objects that rested on a shelf or passed from hand to hand at dinner. Staffordshire had long been a pottery district before Josiah Wedgwood became its most famous name. Clay, coal, salt, lead, skilled hands, and local knowledge had supported a varied ceramic trade, though older transport conditions made fragile goods difficult and expensive to move. Pack horses and rough roads could break what a kiln had carefully made. A plate or cup had to survive not only shaping and firing, but the journey to market. In that practical problem, one sees why an industrialist making delicate goods could care so deeply about canals. Wedgwood was born in 1730 into a family already tied to pottery. An illness in youth left him with a weakened leg that limited his work at the thrower's wheel. That limitation did not remove him from the trade. It helped push him toward experiment, design, organization, and commercial judgment, the parts of pottery that could be governed by mind, hand, eye, and record rather than by physical strength alone. He became one of the clearest examples of the manufacturer as investigator. The kiln, the workshop, the account book, and the showroom all belonged to his idea of industry. His early success with creamware, later celebrated after royal patronage as queensware, depended on refinement and consistency as much as novelty. Customers wanted vessels that looked elegant, took decoration well, and could be purchased at a price below the most expensive porcelain. Wedgwood learned to satisfy that market through careful control of materials, firing, glaze, shape, and finish. He was not content with goods that merely emerged from the kiln. He wanted repeatable quality, because repeatability was the difference between a fortunate batch and an industrial business. The miniature of Wedgwood's Etruria works begins with a name chosen deliberately. Founded in 1769 near the route of the Trent and Mersey Canal, Etruria borrowed prestige from the ancient world while belonging completely to the new one. The works brought together skilled potters, modelers, painters, throwers, turners, polishers, clerks, packers, and managers in a setting arranged for control and display. A teapot or vase might pass through many hands, each responsible for a stage rather than the whole object. In that division of labor, pottery joined the same industrial logic that Adam Smith saw in pins and that cotton mills made so visible in thread. Wedgwood's jasperware, with its matte surface and white relief decoration, became one of his most recognizable achievements. It required long experimentation with clay bodies, colors, firing, and ornament, and its success depended on making refinement reproducible. The famous blue ground was not merely a color, it was a controlled result, produced through disciplined practice. Such goods entered polite households as signs of taste, education, and modern consumption. Industry here did not appear as a furnace or engine to the buyer, but as an elegant surface carrying the authority of antiquity and the efficiency of manufacture. The showroom mattered because Wedgwood understood that demand could be cultivated. In London, his display rooms allowed customers to see goods arranged not as random wares, but as objects of fashion and social meaning. Order books, catalogues, samples, and commissions helped him serve buyers who might never watch a kiln being loaded. He used royal approval, classical design, and the language of refinement with unusual skill. The modern consumer was not simply waiting to be supplied. The consumer was being educated in desire. This education reached into dining habits and domestic ceremony. Tea drinking, coffee drinking, polite visiting, dessert courses, and the arrangement of tables all created opportunities for ceramics to carry social identity. A service could show coordination, taste, and means, even when made through processes that depended on workers far removed from the drawing room. A cup held more than tea. It held a chain of clay pits, coal fires, molds, glazes, wages, transport, credit, and fashionable judgment. The Industrial Revolution entered the hand in such quiet forms, canals belonged naturally to this story. Wedgwood was a strong supporter of the Trent and Mersey Canal, which connected the Mersey with the Trent and helped link the potteries to wider markets. The canal reduced transport costs and breakage, giving fragile goods a smoother route than jolting roads could provide. It also brought raw materials more reliably into the district. For a manufacturer like Wedgwood, transport was not an afterthought. It was part of production, because a good that could not travel safely could not fully become a national or international commodity. The campaign for canals brought Wedgwood into the company of engineers, landowners, investors, and fellow improvers. James Brindley, the great canal engineer, became associated with the Trent and Mersey project, and his work helped reshape inland transport. Canal building required surveys, parliamentary approval, subscriptions, locks, embankments, aqueducts, and the patience to persuade those whose land or interests were affected. It was slow public negotiation joined to private ambition. In that sense, a canal was a line of water made from law, capital, earthwork, and expectation. The Lunar Society of Birmingham placed Wedgwood within a wider circle of scientific and industrial curiosity. Its members and associates included Erasmus Darwin, Matthew Boulton, James Watt, Joseph Priestley, and others whose interests crossed chemistry, mechanics, medicine, manufacturing, politics, and natural philosophy. They did not form a modern research institute, and their meetings were shaped by friendship, correspondence, travel, and conversation as much as by formal procedure. Yet their significance lies in the ease with which ideas moved among them. In their world, a chemical experiment, a steam engine improvement, a ceramic body, and a canal scheme could belong to the same culture of inquiry. A closer view of a Lunar Society gathering should remain anchored in its named participants rather than drift into invented atmosphere. Erasmus Darwin brought medical learning, speculative thought, poetry, and biological curiosity. Boulton brought the organized world of Soho, where metal goods and engines met commerce. Watt brought the habits of exact mechanical improvement, and Priestley brought chemistry and religious dissent into the circle's intellectual life. Wedgwood's presence among them shows that pottery was not a minor craft outside the main current of industrial change. It was one of the places where chemistry, design, heat, and commerce met. Measurement joined these men as a shared discipline. Wedgwood developed a pyrometer to estimate high temperatures in kilns by measuring the shrinkage of clay pieces, an attempt to bring numerical control to a process long governed by experience and judgment. The device had limitations, but its ambition matters. Heat, one of the central forces of industrial life, was being drawn toward measurement. Whether in a kiln, a furnace, an engine cylinder, or a chemical vessel, the 18th century increasingly wanted to know not only that a process worked, but how it could be reproduced. Pottery production also depended on labor divided into specialized tasks. Throwers, turners, mold makers, figure makers, painters, gilders, kiln men, and packers each held different knowledge and status. Some work required long skill, other work could be narrowed into repeated operations. Women and children worked in parts of the ceramic trades as they did elsewhere in the industrial economy, though the tasks and conditions differed from cotton mills. The workshop and manufactory did not abolish craft. They reorganized it around throughput, consistency, and managerial oversight. Wedgwood's abolitionist commitments add another dimension to his place in the story. His firm produced the famous medallion associated with the campaign against the slave trade, showing an enslaved man in chains with a plea for human recognition. The image circulated widely among abolitionists in Britain and beyond. It is a delicate historical fact that a manufacturer whose prosperity belonged to imperial commercial society also lent his skill and reputation to a movement against one of that society's cruelties. The Industrial Revolution often held such contradictions close together. The market for Wedgwood's goods extended far beyond Staffordshire. Orders came from aristocrats, merchants, middling households, and foreign courts. Catherine the Great of Russia commissioned the celebrated Frog Service, a large ceramic service decorated with British views, and its production required organization on a scale that joined art, labor, geography, and diplomacy. To paint views of Britain onto plates for a Russian empress was to turn landscape itself into exportable ornament. The object traveled outward, while the reputation of British manufacture returned with interest. In all of this, Wedgwood shows that industrialization was not only a matter of making more things, it was a matter of making things dependable, desirable, transportable, recognizable, and socially meaningful. A factory could discipline time, but a brand could discipline taste. A canal could reduce breakage, but a showroom could raise expectation. A kiln could fire clay, but a catalogue could carry imagined possession into a household before purchase. Modern consumption grew not only from cheapness, but from the careful shaping of want. The chapter therefore rests among objects that seem calm because their violence is not visible and their mechanisms are hidden. A creamware plate does not display the coal that fired it, the clay dug for it, the wages paid to finish it, or the canal that carried it away. Yet all are present within its smoothness. The polite machine was not a single device. It was the whole arrangement by which industry learned to enter ordinary life as elegance. From these shelves, tables, kilns, canals, and showrooms, the chronicle moves back toward the larger settlements where industry gathered more densely. Pottery had shown how improvement could refine the household object. Cotton and coal showed how production could crowd people, fuel, goods, and waste into growing towns. The next movement follows those concentrations toward Manchester and Liverpool, where warehouses, canals, mills, docks, smoke, disease, ambition, and reform made the industrial city one of the most powerful and difficult creations of the age. Chapter 8: Manchester, Liverpool, and the Industrial City. The industrial city rose from the concentrations that cotton, coal, canals, credit, and consumption had already begun to form. Manchester and Liverpool belong to the same widening system, one inland and manufacturing, the other maritime and commercial, each feeding the other with a force that made the old distinction between town and world seem increasingly thin. Cotton moved from ships into warehouses, from warehouses toward mills, from mills into cloth, and from cloth back into markets that stretched across Britain, Europe, the Americas, Africa, and Asia. Coal entered by canal and later by rail. Machinery arrived from foundries. Workers came from villages and smaller towns, and streets lengthened as if the economy itself had become a builder. Manchester was not created by the Industrial Revolution from nothing. It had medieval and early modern roots, a textile tradition, market functions, and regional importance before the great acceleration of cotton. Yet the late 18th and early 19th centuries altered its scale and character so sharply that contemporaries struggled to describe it without reaching for extremes. Its population grew from tens of thousands into hundreds of thousands, and its built form thickened with mills, warehouses, counting houses, chapels, courts, cellars, canals, and later railway structures. The city became a place where production no longer hid behind rural dispersal. It stood in brick, smoke, water, and wages. Liverpool's growth gave Manchester its oceanward face. Through Liverpool came cotton from the Atlantic world, and through Liverpool passed manufactured goods, migrants, merchants, letters, insurance, and credit. The port's rise had been tied to slavery and the slave trade in the 18th century, and after abolition it remained deeply connected to the cotton economy sustained by enslaved labor in the American South. Dock walls, warehouses, counting rooms, rope walks, shipyards, and customs houses made global commerce physically present along the Mersey. If Manchester was the workshop, Liverpool was one of the doors through which the workshop breathed. The link between the two cities was strengthened by one of the great transport projects of the 18th century. The Bridgewater Canal, opened in stages from the 1760s, connected the Duke of Bridgewater's coal mines at Worsley to Manchester and later toward the Mersey. James Brindley's engineering helped make the project famous, especially through works such as the Barton Aqueduct, which carried the canal over the River Irwell. The canal lowered the price of coal in Manchester and demonstrated in practical terms that inland transport could be remade. A cheaper fuel bill was not a slogan. It altered what households, workshops, and manufacturers could afford. The miniature of the Bridgewater Canal rests in its arrival into Manchester's economy. Coal that had once moved slowly and expensively by road could now travel by water in greater quantity and at lower cost, passing from mine to barge to urban consumer through a managed route. The canal did not merely carry coal, it carried confidence in the possibility of rearranging landscape for commerce. Cuttings, embankments, locks, aqueducts, wharves, tolls, and warehouses turned geography into infrastructure. That achievement helped persuade other investors and manufacturers that canals could make industrial growth less dependent on old roads and local limits. Canal basins became working spaces where the city's appetite could be seen in ordinary motion. Barges brought coal, timber, lime, cotton, grain, and other goods, while finished products moved outward through the same watery network. Warehouse doors opened towards streets and water at once, and the labor of loading, weighing, carrying, recording, and storing became part of the city's daily order. The Ashton Canal, the Rochdale Canal, and other connections later thickened the system around Manchester. Industry did not only need machines, it needed places where materials could pause without ceasing to move. As mills multiplied, their chimneys and windows changed the city's appearance. Multi-story cotton mills used floors of spinning machinery, belts, shafts, beams, and later steam engines that allowed production to gather where labor and coal were available. Brick became one of the materials of industrial order because it could be made in quantity and stacked into long elevations of work. Fire risk, lighting, ventilation, floor strength, and power transmission shaped the buildings themselves. A mill was not simply a shelter for machines. It was a machine of rooms, stairs, windows, columns, and rules. Workers entered this city through many routes. Some came from nearby Lancashire villages, others from Ireland, rural England, Scotland, or smaller towns where older work had become uncertain. Migration could be chosen, compelled by poverty, or shaped by family networks that brought one relative after another into the same district. Lodging houses, courts, cellar dwellings, back-to-back houses, and crowded rooms absorbed the newcomers unevenly. The wage drew people in, but the city did not always receive them with space, cleanliness, or security. Cellar dwellings became one of the most frequently noted signs of urban hardship. Families lived below street level in rooms vulnerable to damp, poor air, overcrowding, and flooding. Back-to-back houses, built to economize space and profit, limited ventilation and light. Water supply could be irregular or contaminated. Privies were often shared by many households, and waste removal depended on systems that lagged behind the city's growth. The industrial city had grown faster than its sanitary imagination. It had learned how to gather workers before it learned how to keep them healthy. Cotton dust added another layer to the working environment. In spinning rooms, fibers hung in the air. Machinery required oil, floors vibrated, and heat and humidity could be managed to suit production rather than comfort. The sound of machinery was constant during work, though the chronicle need not dwell on it as atmosphere. Its historical importance lay in what it did to time, attention, and fatigue. A worker's body stood where capital, cotton, power, and discipline met, and the city multiplied those meeting places by the thousands. Disease made the private consequences of urban growth public. Cholera, typhus, tuberculosis, and other illnesses moved through crowded districts with poor drainage and unsafe water. Epidemics forced attention toward the physical arrangement of streets, houses, wells, privies, drains, and refuse. The disease itself was not new in the moral sense, but the industrial city gave it a dense field in which to spread and a political audience that could not forever look away. Mortality tables, parish records, medical reports, and local inquiries turned suffering into numbers that could be debated. Friedrich Engels arrived in Manchester in the 1840s and saw the city as evidence of a new class society. His observations, later published in The Condition of the Working Class in England, described districts, housing, labor, and social division with a force that shaped later criticism of capitalism. Engels was not a neutral municipal surveyor. He wrote with political purpose and with the intensity of a young radical. Still, his account remains important because he took the city's arrangement seriously. Streets, houses, factories, and neighborhoods were not background to him. They were the visible form of social relations. Engels' Manchester deserves closer attention as a named encounter between observer and city. Working in his family's business while studying the conditions around him, he moved through a landscape where commercial prosperity and working-class hardship existed near one another but not equally with one another. He noticed how some routes allowed the comfortable to pass through the city while avoiding its poorest courts, a practical geography of not seeing. That observation has lasted because it captures more than one city. Industrial society often learned to separate dependence from recognition, allowing wealth to rest near poverty without requiring daily acknowledgement. Edwin Chadwick approached urban suffering through a different instrument. His 1842 report on the sanitary condition of the labouring population of Great Britain gathered evidence about drainage, water, waste, disease, and mortality, arguing that poor sanitary conditions produced preventable illness and social cost. Chadwick's mind was administrative, utilitarian, and sometimes severe. He believed that reform could be made efficient through systems. The report did not immediately solve urban disease, but it helped move sanitation into the realm of national policy. In its pages, the city became an engineering and governmental problem. A miniature of Chadwick's investigation rests in the transformation of refuse into evidence. Night soil, cesspools, blocked drains, contaminated pumps, overcrowded rooms, and damp cellars were not merely unpleasant facts of city life. They became items in a case for intervention. Inspectors, doctors, local officials, and witnesses contributed descriptions that could travel into Parliament and public debate. A drain, like a factory hour, became a political object once it could be measured and connected to mortality. The Industrial Revolution made many such objects visible by making their consequences too concentrated to ignore. Municipal government slowly adapted. Local improvement acts, paving commissions, water companies, gas lighting, police forces, burial reforms, sewer schemes, and later public health legislation all belonged to the gradual effort to govern industrial urban life. Progress was uneven and often delayed by cost, property interests, political disagreement, and limited knowledge. Miasma theory shaped much early sanitary thinking before germ theory transformed medical understanding later in the 19th century. Yet even imperfect explanations could produce useful reforms when they led to cleaner water, better drainage, and less crowding of waste. The industrial city also created new forms of sociability and organization. Chapels, mechanics institutes, friendly societies, trade unions, reading rooms, taverns, music halls, cooperative stores, savings banks, and political associations gave workers and the middle classes places to gather beyond work and home. Manchester became known not only for mills, but for nonconformist religion, liberal politics, commercial confidence, and reform campaigns. The Anti-Corn Law League, led by figures such as Richard Cobden and John Bright, later made the city a center of free trade agitation. Industrial urban life produced both harshness and collective capacity. Middle-class Manchester lived by its own rhythms. Merchants, manufacturers, clerks, professionals, and shopkeepers occupied offices, villas, warehouses, exchanges, and cultural institutions that signaled a new civic confidence. The Manchester Royal Exchange, commercial rooms, libraries, and later grand public buildings expressed the belief that trade could support urban dignity. Yet this confidence rested on the same cotton economy that crowded workers into narrow housing and connected the city to distant coerced labor. Such contradictions did not paralyze the city. They became part of its ordinary functioning. Liverpool held its own contradictions just as closely. Its docks represented technical achievement and commercial energy, while its wealth remained marked by the history of the slave trade and the continuing traffic in slave-grown cotton. The port managed arrival and departure at immense scale, using docks, warehouses, customs procedures, brokers, sailors, cartmen, and clerks to keep goods moving. It also received migrants, especially from Ireland, whose lives were often shaped by poverty, precarious labor, and crowded housing. The port city and the factory city were different, but both showed how industrial growth gathered human need alongside commercial power. Railways later tightened the bond between Manchester and Liverpool. The Liverpool and Manchester Railway, opened in 1830, will receive closer attention in a later chapter, but its urban significance belongs here as well. It joined port and manufacturing town with a new speed and regularity, carrying passengers and goods across a corridor already shaped by canal, road, and commerce. The railway did not abolish the canal immediately. It added another layer to a region already dense with movement. In industrial history, older systems often remain under the new ones, continuing to work in altered roles. By the mid-19th century, Manchester had become a name far beyond itself. It stood for cotton, for factory capitalism, for political economy, for urban misery, for reform, for middle-class confidence, and for the unsettling future of industrial society. Visitors came to see it, critics came to judge it, investors came to profit from it, and workers came because wages, however uncertain, offered possibilities the countryside did not always provide. The city was not one thing. It was a concentration of forces that earlier chapters have traced separately: food, labor, credit, coal, iron, steam, cotton, discipline, taste, transport, and imperial trade. The industrial city therefore marks a turning point in the chronicle. In the countryside, change could be hidden behind hedges and rotations. In the counting house, it could lie in paper. In the foundry, it could remain local. In the mill, it could be enclosed by walls. But in Manchester and Liverpool, the consequences stood together at civic scale. Streets, docks, canals, cellars, chimneys, warehouses, pumps, mills, chapels, and exchanges formed a world that no one could understand by looking at a single machine. From that world of crowded surfaces, the story descends again toward the sources of its power. Manchester's mills, Liverpool's docks, gaslit streets, railway schemes, iron bridges, water pumps, and domestic grates all depended on fuel drawn from below. The industrial city consumed coal so steadily that its growth cannot be separated from the mines that supplied it. Beneath the streets and beyond the canals lay the coalfields, lamps, winding engines, underground rails, and colliery villages of the next movement, where the modern city's appetite led back into the earth. Chapter 9. Below the surface: mines, lamps, and locomotives. The modern city's appetite led back into the earth, to coal seams that lay beneath fields, villages, moors, river valleys, and growing industrial districts. Manchester's mills, Liverpool's docks, Birmingham's workshops, London's hearths, ironworks, glass houses, breweries, gasworks, steam engines, and railway schemes all required fuel in quantities older economies had not demanded with such persistence. Coal did not merely support the Industrial Revolution. It gave the revolution one of its deepest rhythms. because every expansion of production above ground called for another enlargement of labor, drainage, transport, and risk below. The British coalfields were not a single world. The northeast, around Newcastle and Durham, had long supplied coal by river and sea, especially to London. South Wales grew into one of the great fuel districts of the 19th century, feeding ironworks, steamships, railways, and export markets. The Black Country, with its seams, ironstone, furnaces, workshops, and dense settlements, became one of the most heavily industrialized landscapes in Britain. Scotland, Yorkshire, Lancashire, Staffordshire, and other regions each brought their own geology, ownership patterns, labor customs, and transport problems into the coal story. Coal mining was old, but industrial demand changed its scale and technical difficulty. Shallow pits, bell pits, adits, and small workings belonged to earlier periods, but as accessible coal was exhausted or as owners sought richer seams, mines deepened. Deeper mines brought more water, more heat, more need for ventilation, longer haulage routes, and greater dependence on engines. A seam underground was not useful simply because it existed. It had to be reached, kept dry, ventilated, worked, hauled, raised, sorted, sold, and moved to those who would burn it. The labor of mining remained physically close to older forms of work, even as it served the most modern sectors of the economy. Men cut coal with picks. Boys and women worked in haulage in some districts before later legal restrictions, and horses or ponies were used underground where conditions allowed. Timber supported roofs. Lamps gave limited light, and the air itself required attention because fire damp, black damp, dust, and poor ventilation could turn a workplace into a place of sudden loss. The history should name that danger without lingering over its physical details. Mining was hazardous enough, in fact. It does not need ornament. Water had been one of mining's oldest enemies, which is why steam entered the industrial story so early through pumping. Newcomen engines and later Watt engines made deeper extraction more practical, particularly where coal demand justified the expense. Cornish copper and tin mines, though not coal mines in the same sense, became famous for their pumping engines because depth and water there created especially demanding conditions. The Cornish engine tradition, refined through engineers such as Richard Trevithick and Arthur Wolfe, pushed steam toward higher pressures and greater efficiency. Mining did not simply consume industrial technology. It taught technology what it still needed to become. The Northeast coal trade had its own distinctive organization. Coal from collieries around the Tyne and Wear moved by wagonways to river staiths, where it could be loaded onto vessels for coastal trade. Keelmen carried coal on the Tyne in shallow boats from upriver loading points to larger ships, and their labor became part of the rhythm by which London and other markets were supplied. Wooden wagonways, then iron rails, allowed horses to pull loaded wagons more efficiently than on ordinary roads. Before passengers thought of railways as lines between cities, coal owners had already learned that rails could make heavy movement cheaper. A miniature of this world may rest at a coal staith on the Tyne, not as an invented scene, but as an institution with named historical weight in the northeast trade. The hostman of Newcastle had long controlled aspects of the coal trade, and by the 18th century the river system joined colliery owners, wagonway builders, keelmen, ship owners, merchants, and London consumers in one extended chain. Coal left the seam, passed into wagons, descended toward the river, entered keels, then sea-going vessels, and finally household grates or industrial furnaces far away. The movement was repetitive, commercial, and administrative as much as physical. In South Wales, coal and iron grew together with particular force. Merthyr Tydfil became one of the great iron-making centres of the late 18th and early 19th centuries, associated with works such as Cyfarthfa, Dowlais, Plymouth, and Penydarren. The district's ironmasters drew on local ore, limestone, water, coal, and later improved transport, while workers arrived in increasing numbers. Canals and tram roads carried raw materials and finished iron through a steep and difficult landscape. Industrialization there was not a northern English story repeated exactly. It was a Welsh mineral and metallurgical world with its own settlements, languages, tensions, and rhythms. The Black Country, later named for the visible density of smoke, furnaces, coal workings, and metal trades, formed another industrial landscape where extraction and manufacture stood side by side. Around Dudley, Wolverhampton, Walsall, West Bromwich, Bilston, and surrounding districts, coal, iron, limestone, canals, and workshops produced chains, nails, locks, tools, bars, sheets, and countless metal goods. Small masters and larger works coexisted, and domestic or workshop production continued beside more concentrated industry. The region reminds the Chronicle that industrialization did not always mean one large factory replacing everything else. Sometimes it meant many linked forms of labor thickening into a district. Mining required not only strength, but knowledge of underground conditions. Viewers, overmen, deputies, hewers, putters, trappers, engine men, banksmen, and other workers occupied different roles within the organization of a colliery. A hewer's work at the coalface differed from the work of a boy managing a ventilation door, a man tending a winding engine, or a worker sorting coal at the surface. The vocabulary itself shows specialization. Beneath the apparent simplicity of digging coal lay a structured labor system governed by geology, ownership, custom, danger, and demand. Safety lamps entered this history because light and air were practical problems of life and death. In mines where fire damp might gather, an open flame could be perilous, yet miners still needed illumination. Humphrey Davy, the chemist already known for his scientific work, investigated the problem in 1815 and developed a lamp in which flame was enclosed by wire gauze that could dissipate heat and reduce the chance of ignition outside the lamp. George Stephenson, working from practical colliery experience at Killingworth, developed his own lamp around the same period. The dispute over priority and merit reflected more than personal pride. It revealed tension between scientific authority and practical engineering. The miniature of Davy and Stephenson's lamps should be held in that tension. Davy approached the problem through experiment, chemistry, and the prestige of metropolitan science, and his lamp quickly carried his name. Stephenson approached it from the colliery, testing and adapting in the world where the lamp would be used. Both lamps belong to a larger history in which safety was never simply invented once and then secured. A lamp could reduce one danger while encouraging owners to work seams previously thought too risky, and miners sometimes disliked the dimmer light or distrusted devices imposed from above. Industrial improvement often arrived with this double edge. It solved a problem and then permitted the system to press farther into difficulty. George Stephenson's life tied coal mining to locomotion in a particularly direct way. Born in 1781 near Wylam in Northumberland, he grew up in a mining district and worked his way through colliery employment, engine tending, and mechanical responsibility. At Killingworth Colliery, he gained experience with engines, rails, gradients, wheels, and the practical economics of moving coal. His early locomotives were not designed for elegant passenger travel. They were built to haul coal more effectively along colliery lines. Public railway fame came later, but its roots lay in the mineral world. Killingworth therefore deserves close attention as one of the places where the locomotive was trained before the railway age became public spectacle. Stephenson's engines worked on colliery wagonways, learning from friction, weight, wheel grip, track quality, boiler pressure, and maintenance. Each improvement answered a practical question. Could an engine pull enough to justify its cost? Could rails bear the weight? Could repairs be managed by available men? Could steam traction compete with horse haulage under local conditions? The locomotive grew not from a dream of speed, but from the coal owner's desire to move weight more cheaply. Richard Trevithick had already demonstrated high-pressure steam locomotion before Stephenson's mature railway work. In 1804, at Penydarren in South Wales, his locomotive hauled iron along a tramroad, proving something important even if the track was not ready for regular heavy locomotive use. Trevithick's work showed the possibilities and difficulties of high-pressure steam, compact engines, and mobile power. He was inventive, restless, and often unlucky in commercial reward. The Penydarren trial belongs to the same mining and iron world as the earlier chapters, where coal, iron rails, steam, and transport needs were beginning to merge. High-pressure steam mattered because Watt had treated it with caution, and his engines were generally low-pressure machines shaped by the separate condenser. Higher pressure allowed more compact engines, which was essential for locomotives, though it raised questions of safety, materials, and boiler construction. Mining districts, with their engines, smiths, rails, and constant problems of haulage, gave such experimentation a practical home. Again, the chronology cascades. Coal called for pumping. Pumping improved engines. Engines and rails improved haulage, and haulage prepared the way for railway systems. The social world of the colliery village grew around these needs. Housing often stood near the pit, and employment could tie families closely to a single owner or company. Wages might be paid according to output, agreements, or local practice, and disputes over measurement, deductions, safety, and working conditions could become bitter. Company stores, chapels, benefit societies, alehouses, schools, and burial clubs all belonged to the social fabric of mining communities. A pit was an employer, but it was also a center of settlement, identity, dependency, and memory. Women and children's work in mines became a focus of public attention in the early Victorian period. The 1842 Mines and Collieries Act, passed after investigations into conditions underground, prohibited women and girls and boys under 10 from working below ground. The reports that preceded the act described labor that many readers found disturbing, though the families affected often depended on the wages. Reform, as in the factories, carried mixed consequences. It addressed real abuses while also altering household economies that had been shaped by necessity rather than choice. Coal also remade domestic life above ground. Urban households burned it for heat, factories burned it for power, gasworks distilled it for lighting, ironworks consumed it in furnaces, steamships carried it in bunkers, and railways would soon depend on it for regular movement. Smoke and soot became material signs of industrial energy, settling on walls, lungs, laundry, vegetation, and civic reputation. To modern eyes, coal smoke can appear only as pollution, but to many 19th century observers, it also signaled employment, warmth, manufacture, and municipal strength. The same substance could mean comfort, wages, dirt, illness, and national power. By the middle decades of the 19th century, Britain's coal output had risen enormously. The increase supported iron, steam, railways, urban growth, and export industries, and it gave Britain an energy advantage that shaped global power. Coal was not the only reason Britain industrialized first, but its accessibility, quality, and relation to markets gave it unusual importance. The Industrial Revolution was in this sense an energy transition, from an organic economy based on wood, muscle, water, wind, and animal power toward a mineral economy that drew ancient sunlight from the ground. That observation is large, but it rests on small acts repeated without romance: cutting, loading, hauling, winding, weighing, and burning. The underground world therefore returns the story to the surface with new force. Mines supplied cities, factories, furnaces, steam engines, gaslights, and locomotives. In return, those same industries demanded more coal, better pumps, stronger rails, deeper shafts, and larger transport systems. It was a circle of demand that widened rather than closed. The pit and the mill, the colliery railway and the ironworks, the gaslit street and the engine house all belonged to one growing mineral order. From the coalfields, lamps, winding engines, tramroads, and early locomotives, the chronicle moves toward the harder skeleton that coal made possible. Iron had already crossed the Severn as a bridge and entered steam as cylinders, beams, and boilers. Now it would be refined, rolled, measured, tooled, and finally transformed into cheaper steel. The next movement follows furnaces, machine tools, exhibition halls, and converters, where industrial society learned to give itself rails, bridges, engines, ships, and structures of a scale the older economy could scarcely have carried. Chapter 10: Iron, Steel, and the Great Exhibition. The harder skeleton of industrial society came from furnaces, rolling mills, machine shops, drawing offices, and yards where coal's heat was turned into iron and, later, into steel made cheaply enough to alter the scale of construction. Coal had fed the mines and moved the early locomotives. Iron gave those systems form, bearing the weight of boilers, rails, bridges, engines, ships, columns, beams, and tools. The Industrial Revolution did not become large merely because people wanted larger things. It became large because materials, fuel, precision, and capital slowly learned how to support greater loads. Iron was already familiar before it became industrial in the modern sense. Blacksmiths, nailers, chain makers, tool makers, armorers, and founders had worked iron for centuries, and the metal had entered agriculture, transport, household life, and war long before the 18th century. What changed was scale, cost, consistency, and the range of forms in which iron could be supplied. Cast iron, wrought iron, and later steel each carried different properties, and industrial society learned to use them where they suited the task. A pot, a rail, a bridge rib, a steam cylinder, and a boiler plate all belonged to iron, but not to the same iron in the same form. Henry Court's puddling and rolling processes in the 1780s helped expand the production of wrought iron. Puddling converted pig iron into wrought iron by stirring molten iron in a reverberatory furnace, allowing impurities to be reduced without the iron coming into direct contact with the fuel. Rolling then shaped the metal more efficiently than hammering alone. The processes required strength, skill, heat, and close judgment, and they were refined by many hands beyond Court himself. Still, Court's patents and methods marked an important stage in making wrought iron available on a larger scale. The puddler's work shows how industrial labor could remain intensely skilled even inside a more mechanized economy. He watched the furnace, read the changing texture of the metal, stirred the charge with long tools, and gathered the iron into balls that could be shingled and rolled. The process demanded heat and timing rather than abstract theory alone. A rolling mill then pulled the iron into bars, plates, rails, or other shapes with a regularity that older hammerwork could not match at the same scale. In the history of industry, the hand did not disappear. It often moved closer to heat, speed, and risk. John Wilkinson had already shown how precision could become power. His boring machine, improved in the 1770s, produced more accurate cannon and, crucially, more accurate cylinders for steam engines. Boulton and Watt depended on such accuracy because a loose piston wasted steam and a rough cylinder weakened performance. Machine tools therefore belong near the center of industrial history, though they are less famous than the machines they enabled. A lathe, a planer, a boring mill, or a screw-cutting device could quietly determine whether a grander invention worked reliably or remained a troublesome promise. Joseph Bramah, Henry Maudslay, and later Joseph Whitworth extended the culture of precision. Maudslay's screw-cutting lathe helped make standardized screws more practical, and Whitworth's work on gauges and screw threads in the 19th century gave engineers a shared language of fit. These details may seem small beside railways and bridges, but they mattered because industrial systems needed parts that could be made, replaced, and trusted. A screw thread is a humble thing until a machine breaks far from the shop that built it. Then standardization becomes a form of rescue. The miniature here rests in the world of the machine shop. Maudslay's workshop in London trained and influenced a generation of engineers, including men such as Richard Roberts, Joseph Clement, and James Nasmyth. Within such shops, metal was not simply beaten into usefulness. It was measured, cut, bored, planed, and fitted with increasing exactness. Apprentices learned by doing, but their doing was tied to instruments, surfaces, tolerances, and disciplined repetition. The machine tool made other machines possible, and in that quiet dependency lies one of the deep structures of industrial growth. Iron also moved into public works. Bridges, aqueducts, mills, warehouses, docks, and railway structures asked more of materials than older building habits could always supply. Cast iron columns allowed large interior spaces in mills and warehouses, though fire and brittleness posed dangers that engineers learned about through use and failure. Wrought iron chains, plates, and beams extended possibilities for suspension bridges, ships, and rails. The industrial landscape became a testing ground where confidence sometimes ran ahead of knowledge and where accidents could teach with painful force. The Great Exhibition of 1851 gathered this world of manufacture, precision, display, empire, and confidence under the glass and iron roof of the Crystal Palace in Hyde Park. Organized under the patronage of Prince Albert and shaped by men such as Henry Cole, the exhibition presented machines, textiles, ceramics, tools, scientific instruments, raw materials, colonial products, and manufactured goods from Britain and other countries. Joseph Paxton's building itself became part of the message. Its prefabricated iron and glass components, assembled with remarkable speed, showed how industrial methods could create a temporary palace for the display of industry. The Crystal Palace deserves a calm pause because it reveals how industrial society wanted to see itself. Visitors entered a vast ordered space where objects from many trades and nations were arranged for inspection, comparison, wonder, and judgment. There were hydraulic presses, locomotives, textile machines, printing machinery, furniture, porcelain, cutlery, clocks, scientific devices, and raw materials placed within a single grammar of progress. Britain presented itself as workshop, marketplace, empire, and host. The building did not hide the confidence of the age, it made confidence architectural. Yet the exhibition was not simply a celebration of British supremacy. Foreign exhibits showed skill, taste, and industrial capacity from across Europe, the United States, and beyond, and the act of comparison mattered. Manufacturers studied rivals, visitors learned to see products as evidence of national character, and governments recognized that industry had become a field of prestige. The exhibition helped make technical and commercial competition visible to the public. It also made empire appear as a collection of materials and goods, often detached from the unequal relations that had brought them there. Among the machines and manufactures, iron and steel stood as signs of future scale. Railways were spreading, steamships were growing, bridges were becoming more ambitious, and urban buildings required stronger and more reliable materials. Wrought iron served many 19th century needs, but steel had long remained too expensive for widespread structural use. Steel's virtues, hardness, strength, elasticity when properly made were known, yet cost limited its application. The next major change would come when steel could be produced in much larger quantities at lower prices. Henry Bessemer announced his process in 1856, offering a way to convert molten pig iron into steel by blowing air through it. The oxygen in the air removed carbon and other impurities, and the process, once refined, could produce steel far more quickly and cheaply than older methods. Bessemer's first announcement was not the end of the matter. Early difficulties, especially with phosphorus in certain ores and the need to control the chemistry of the final product, required correction by Bessemer and others. Industrial breakthroughs often arrive first as claims, then become realities through adjustment. The Bessemer converter became one of the emblematic vessels of heavy industry. Large, pear-shaped, lined, and mounted so it could tilt, it received molten iron and turned air into chemical labor. The spectacle of flame and sound need not be heightened here. The historical point is sufficient. Steel production moved toward a pace that matched the ambitions of railways, shipyards, armament makers, bridge builders, and machine manufacturers. Once steel could be made more cheaply, the 19th century gained a material suited to expansion. Other processes joined the steel story. The Siemens-Martin open hearth process allowed different control and the use of scrap, becoming very important later in the 19th century. The basic process associated with Sidney Gilchrist Thomas and Percy Gilchrist made it possible to use phosphorus-rich ores by adding a basic lining, widening the geography of steelmaking, especially in parts of continental Europe. Steel, like steam and cotton, was not one invention resting in one man's hand. It was a developing system of chemistry, furnace design, ore supply, fuel, labor, capital, and demand. Railways consumed iron and then steel in immense quantities. Rails wore out under heavy traffic, and steel rails lasted longer than wrought iron rails, allowing more reliable and economical operation. Bridges, locomotives, wheels, axles, boilers, and later urban structures all benefited from stronger materials. Shipbuilding moved from wood to iron and then steel, making larger hulls and new forms of maritime power possible. A material change therefore became a transport change, a military change, a commercial change, and an imperial change. Machine tools continued to deepen this transformation. As machines became larger and more exacting, the tools used to make them needed greater rigidity, accuracy, and repeatability. Planing machines smoothed large metal surfaces, lathes turned shafts, slotting machines cut precise forms, and gauges allowed parts to be checked against standards. In armories, railway works, textile machine shops, and engineering firms, precision became not only a technical virtue but an economic one. Less fitting by hand meant faster production and more reliable repair. The human world of heavy industry differed from the world of cotton, though both depended on discipline. Iron puddlers, rollers, founders, pattern makers, machinists, draftsmen, boiler makers, riveters, and engineers formed a varied hierarchy of labor. Some workers held considerable skill and status. Others did repetitive, exhausting, or poorly paid work around them. Apprenticeship remained important, and pride in craft survived inside industrial expansion. To call this world mechanized is accurate only if one remembers how much judgment still lived in hands, eyes, and learned bodies. Heavy industry also demanded landscapes of its own. Blast furnaces, rolling mills, coke ovens, slag heaps, railway sidings, canals, workshops, gasworks, chimneys, and workers' housing gathered into districts where production left visible deposits. Middlesbrough, Merthyr Tydfil, Sheffield, the Black Country, Glasgow, and later steel towns beyond Britain became names associated with metal, smoke, wages, and civic identity. A steel rail or boilerplate might travel far, but it began in places where the ground itself seemed reorganized around heat and transport. By the later 19th century, iron and steel had given industrial society its great outward reach. Railways crossed continents, steamships shortened ocean passage, telegraph cables followed imperial and commercial routes, bridges spanned wider waters, and cities built higher, denser, stronger forms. None of this erased the older world completely. Wood, stone, brick, hand tools, horses, canals, and human strength remained important. Industrialization worked by layering new capacities over old ones, not by making the past vanish overnight. The chapter's movement therefore ends where material strength becomes social argument. Iron and steel made expansion possible, but they also raised questions about who owned the works, who bore the heat, who profited from the railways, who paid for accidents, who lived beside the furnaces, and who governed the new power that industry placed in private hands. The Crystal Palace had arranged machines and goods as if the world could be understood through orderly display. Outside its glass and iron order, labor, wages, poverty, reform, and political economy waited for their own reckoning, and the next movement turns from materials to the price of work itself. Chapter 11: Political Economy, Reform, and the Price of Labor. The price of work itself waited outside the glass and iron order of the Crystal Palace, where machines could be arranged neatly, but the lives around them could not be displayed with the same comfort. Iron, steel, cotton, pottery, canals, steam engines, and railways all required labor, and labor raised questions that no furnace or loom could settle. Who should own the gains of improvement? Who should bear the risks of unemployment? Who should limit the hours of children? Who should decide whether workers might combine? And who should care for those whom the market did not need? The Industrial Revolution produced goods in abundance, but it also produced arguments, and many of those arguments gathered around wages. Adam Smith had written before the factory system reached its mature 19th century form, yet his work became central to the language of industrial society. In The Wealth of Nations, published in 1776, he described the division of labor, the widening of markets, the relation of self-interest to exchange, and the productivity that could arise when tasks were separated and repeated. His famous example of pin making belonged to a world of manufacture rather than steam-driven cotton mills, but it revealed something that industrialists understood well. Output could rise dramatically when labor was divided into parts, tools were specialized, and workers repeated a narrow operation within a larger process. Smith did not write as a simple worshipper of merchants or masters. He distrusted monopoly, warned of the dulling effects of extreme division of labor, and recognized that employers often had advantages over workers in disputes over wages. Yet later readers often drew from him a strong confidence in markets, competition, and the advantages of allowing economic life to arrange itself through exchange. This is one of the interesting turns in intellectual history. A careful book becomes a usable language, and that language then travels into arguments the author did not wholly control. David Ricardo gave political economy a harder and more abstract edge in the early 19th century. Writing in a Britain already more visibly industrial, he examined rent, wages, profits, value, and trade with a severity that made the economy seem almost like a system of pressures. His theory of comparative advantage helped defend free trade by arguing that nations could benefit by specializing according to relative efficiency. His views on wages and distribution entered debates over landlords, capitalists, workers, and the Corn Laws. Ricardo's world was one in which bread prices, rents, profits, and wages were tied together in a chain that politics could not easily loosen. Political economy mattered because it gave industrial society a way to speak about hardship without always naming persons. Wages could be discussed as a price, labor as a commodity, poverty as a pressure of population, and profits as a necessary reward for capital. Such abstractions were powerful, sometimes illuminating, sometimes cold. They allowed parliament, manufacturers, reformers, and critics to argue over systems rather than only over individual suffering. But the abstraction never abolished the household behind it, where bread, rent, coal, shoes, sickness, and debt were counted with an accuracy more immediate than any treatise. Robert Owen entered that world as both manufacturer and reformer. At New Lanark in Scotland, where he became manager and part owner after the turn of the 19th century, cotton manufacture was joined to a program of social improvement. The mills had been founded by David Dale, and Owen married Dale's daughter before taking control of the enterprise. He reduced some of the harsher practices associated with factory life, improved housing, discouraged the employment of very young children, supported schooling, and tried to show that order, profit, and welfare could be made compatible. His experiment drew visitors because it seemed to answer one of the age's central anxieties. New Lanark deserves its closer attention because it was not a dream written only on paper. It was a working industrial village with mills beside the River Clyde, housing for workers, a store, schools, and a system of supervision shaped by Owen's beliefs. Children learned in the Institute for the Formation of Character, a name that carries the optimism and control of the period in equal measure. Owen believed environment shaped conduct, and he thought that better surroundings could produce better people. The humane and the managerial sat together in his project, as they often did in industrial reform. Owen's wider schemes reached beyond what many contemporaries could accept. His plans for cooperative communities, his criticism of competition, his religious skepticism, and his later social theories made him both influential and suspect. Still, his presence in the industrial story matters because he demonstrated that factories were not governed by nature. Rules about housing, education, age, discipline, stores, and hours were human choices. If they could be chosen one way, they could be chosen another. That observation was simple, and it was dangerous to those who preferred to call the existing order inevitable. The law around worker organization moved unevenly. The Combination Acts of 1799 and 1800 restricted workers' combinations, reflecting fears sharpened by the French Revolution, wartime anxiety, and employer concern over collective bargaining. Workers had combined before these acts through friendly societies, trade clubs, local associations, and informal agreements, but the law made many forms of collective pressure more precarious. Masters also combined, though their power was often less visible because it could be exercised through capital, local influence, and ordinary hiring decisions. The language of free contract did not fall equally on both sides. In 1824, the Combination Acts were repealed, and in 1825 new legislation narrowed but did not erase the space for organization. The repeal followed pressure from radicals, reformers, and evidence that repression had not prevented combination. Francis Place, among others, played a role in the campaign for repeal, bringing together practical knowledge of working-class politics and parliamentary lobbying. The change did not create modern trade union freedom all at once. It opened a contested field in which workers could organize more openly, while employers, courts, and parliament continued to define the limits of lawful action. Friendly societies occupied an important place in working-class life. They offered forms of mutual aid for sickness, burial, unemployment, and distress, often supported by regular contributions from members. Some were respectable and cautious, others shaded into trade union functions, and many were rooted in local trust. Their ledgers, boxes, rules, and meeting nights show how workers used association to soften insecurity. In an economy where illness could end a wage and death could leave a family exposed, mutual aid was not a sentimental matter. It was practical insurance made by people with little room for misfortune. Factory reform developed along another path, though it often overlapped with labor politics. The earlier acts had focused especially on apprentices and children, but by the 1830s and 1840s the question of hours became central. Campaigners argued that long hours damaged bodies, families, education, religion, and civic life. Manufacturers replied that restrictions would reduce competitiveness, cut wages, interfere with contract, and damage trade. The debate was not only about compassion, it was about whether the state had the right to set moral limits within the wage relation. The 10 Hours movement drew together workers, religious reformers, Tory paternalists, radicals, and public figures who did not agree on everything else. Richard Osler, though not a factory worker himself, became one of the most famous voices in the campaign, using language that framed child labor and excessive hours as moral wrongs. Lord Ashley, Later, the Earl of Shaftesbury carried factory reform into Parliament with persistence. Workers held meetings, signed petitions, and supported agitation in industrial districts. A legal limit on hours became a way of saying that labor was not merely a commodity to be consumed until exhausted. The parliamentary debates around the 10 hours question form a second miniature of this chapter. Inside the House of Commons, members discussed reports, petitions, medical evidence, factory interests, family life, and national competition. Outside Parliament, meetings in Yorkshire, Lancashire, and other districts gave the question a force that could not be contained in statistics alone. When the 10 Hours Act of 1847 limited the working hours of women and young persons in textile mills, its effects extended indirectly to many adult male workers because factory production relied on their labor together. The law did not end exploitation, but it showed that industrial time could be politically restrained. The Poor Law Amendment Act of 1834 belonged to the same broad argument over responsibility, though in a harsher register. Reformers of the Poor Law believed the older system of parish relief had become costly, inconsistent, and demoralizing, especially in southern agricultural counties where wage supplementation had become common. The new law sought to discourage reliance on relief by making the workhouse the central test of need, and by ensuring that conditions there were less desirable than those of the lowest paid independent laborer. It was a policy built from the fear that aid might undermine work, and it often treated poverty as a problem of discipline. Workhouses became powerful symbols because they turned social theory into architecture and routine. Families could be separated, meals regulated, clothing standardized, and movement controlled. Not all workhouses were identical, and local administration varied, but the principle of deterrence carried a cold moral weight. In an industrial and commercial society that praised independence, those without work or support were placed under institutions designed to make dependence unattractive. The Poor Law showed how the language of efficiency could harden when applied to the vulnerable. Wages themselves varied greatly across industrial Britain. Skilled engineers, mule spinners, miners, handloom weavers, agricultural laborers, domestic servants, women factory workers, and children occupied different places in the labor market. Some groups earned wages that allowed modest independence, respectability, and savings. Others endured irregular work, falling rates, debt, and parish dependence. Handloom weavers suffered especially in many districts as mechanization and market pressures reduced earnings over time. Their distress haunted early 19th century debates because they represented the ruin of an older, skilled independence under the pressure of industrial competition. The truck system, in which workers were paid partly or wholly in goods or tokens redeemable at employer-linked shops, became another point of complaint. Truck practices varied, and legislation against them developed over time, but the concern was clear. A wage paid in restricted forms could bind workers to overpriced goods and limit their freedom in the market. The wage packet, which looked simple in theory, could be altered by deductions, fines, rent, company stores, irregular hours, and unemployment. Political economy spoke of wages as a price, but the worker met wages as a set of conditions. Parliamentary blue books, factory inspectors' reports, commissions, and inquiries created a documentary industrial society. Witnesses testified about hours, earnings, housing, accidents, food, education, and employment. Reformers used such evidence to press for change, while opponents challenged its selection, interpretation, or economic wisdom. The state's appetite for information grew because industrial society itself had become too complex to govern through inherited assumptions alone. A report could not feed a family, but it could place a family's conditions into the public record. The debate over labor also changed the moral imagination of the middle classes. Some saw poverty as failure, improvidence, or lack of discipline. Others saw it as the consequence of structures no individual worker could control. Many held mixed views. supporting charity and schooling while resisting unions or wage regulation. Philanthropy, religion, self-help, mutual improvement, and political reform all competed and overlapped. The industrial age did not produce one answer to the labor question. It produced an expanding field of answers, each carrying its own assumptions about character, freedom, and obligation. By the middle of the 19th century, Britain had begun to accept that industrial society required some forms of intervention: factory inspection, limits on child labor, mines regulation, public health measures, repeal of the Corn Laws, poor law administration, and growing tolerance of worker organization all showed that pure non-intervention was never as complete in practice as it sometimes appeared in theory. Yet intervention remained partial, contested, and often slow. Industrial growth continued to outrun the institutions designed to humanize or govern it. The price of labor, then, was never only the number written beside a wage. It included time lost to the clock, childhood shortened by work, skill reduced by machines, injury risked in mine or mill, dignity defended through association, and relief sought under rules that could humiliate as well as help. It also included pride, independence, mutual aid, education, and the real gains that some workers made as industrial society matured. The labor question is difficult because it contains improvement and suffering in the same ledger. As workers, reformers, economists, manufacturers, and Parliament argued over wages and hours, the dispute began to move beyond the factory gate. Machines could alter a trade, but laws could make protest a crime or a right. Crowds could gather not only to resist machinery, but to demand representation, bread, dignity, and political voice. The next movement follows that widening pressure, from broken frames and guarded mills to Peterloo, Chartist petitions, radical newspapers, and the industrial crowd learning how to make itself heard. Chapter 12: Protest, Reform, and the Crowd in the Industrial Age. The industrial crowd learned how to make itself heard where the wage dispute had begun to exceed the factory gate. Broken frames, petitions, mass meetings, radical newspapers, chapel gatherings, trade clubs, and reform associations all belonged to a society in which workers and their allies tried to answer industrial change with collective voice. Machines could alter a trade with painful speed, and laws could decide whether resistance was treated as negotiation, disorder, or crime. In this chapter of the Industrial Revolution, the central figure is not one inventor or one manufacturer, but the gathering itself, people assembled because the older forms of protection no longer seemed strong enough to hold. The Luddites entered history in the second decade of the 19th century, though the name they used reached backward into legend. Ned Ludd, or King Ludd, was less a known person than a useful figure of collective disguise, a name that could be placed on letters, threats, proclamations, and rumors. The workers involved were not enemies of machinery in the simple way later usage has suggested. Many were skilled textile workers whose wages, customs, and independence were being undermined by employers who used new frames, wider frames, cheaper labor, or altered practices to reduce costs. Their anger belonged to a moral economy in which work had obligations, and in which a machine could seem unlawful not because it was new, but because it broke the terms by which a trade had once understood itself. In Nottinghamshire, around 1811, framework knitters became associated with attacks on stocking frames. In Yorkshire, croppers and cloth finishers resisted shearing frames that threatened a skilled stage of woolen production. In Lancashire, disturbances touched cotton weaving and related trades. These were not identical movements, and local grievances mattered. A stocking frame in one district, a shearing frame in another, a wage reduction somewhere else. Each entered the larger language of Luddism because workers recognized a common danger in the use of technology without regard for customary livelihood. The miniature of the Luddite disturbances rests in the Yorkshire cropping trade, where the shearing frame threatened men whose work required strength, judgment, and training. Croppers used heavy hand shears to finish woolen cloth, and their skill gave them status and bargaining power. When machinery began to do parts of that work with fewer skilled hands, the question was not only employment, but the collapse of an identity. Attacks on frames and mills were therefore aimed at property, but the deeper wound lay in the loss of a world in which skill had once given a worker some command over time, wage, and dignity. The state answered with severity. Machine breaking became a capital offence under the Frame Breaking Act of 1812, and troops were deployed in affected districts. Trials, informers, executions, and transportation followed, and the language of public order increasingly surrounded what workers had understood as a defence of custom. The government feared that economic grievance might join political radicalism, especially during wartime with Napoleonic France. Industrial protest was treated not as a local dispute alone, but as a possible threat to national stability. This severity reveals how nervous Britain had become. The French Revolution had left ruling circles alert to crowds, pamphlets, clubs, and language that seemed to question hierarchy. War increased taxation, food prices, and pressure on the poor, while trade disruptions unsettled industries already strained by mechanization. A broken frame could therefore look, to magistrates and ministers, like the small sign of a larger disorder. In such circumstances, the crowd was often read through fear before it was understood through evidence. After the Napoleonic Wars ended in 1815, demobilization, poor harvests, unemployment, and the Corn Laws sharpened distress. The Corn Laws protected domestic grain prices by restricting imports, pleasing many landowners, but raising the cost of bread for workers and manufacturers who wanted cheaper food and lower wage pressure. Political reformers argued that an unreformed parliament served land and privilege while industrial towns remained underrepresented. Manchester, Birmingham, Leeds, and other growing centres had economic weight without matching political voice. Industrial society had outgrown the old parliamentary map. Radical newspapers, pamphlets, and speakers carried reform arguments into public life. William Cobbett, Henry Hunt, and other figures spoke to audiences who connected hunger, taxation, representation, and corruption. Meetings became a way for those outside formal power to make themselves visible. A mass meeting was not merely a crowd, it was a claim that numbers had moral meaning. In an age of property-weighted politics, assembled bodies became one of the few instruments available to those whose labor fed the nation but whose votes in many cases did not exist. Peterloo, in 1819, became the most remembered collision between industrial reform and state authority. On the 16th of August, a large meeting gathered at St. Peter's Field in Manchester to hear Henry Hunt speak in support of parliamentary reform. Many came in organised groups, some carrying banners, and the meeting had been planned as a peaceful demonstration of numbers and discipline. Local magistrates, alarmed by the scale and meaning of the assembly, ordered Hunt's arrest and called in cavalry. The result was a public disaster, with deaths and many injuries, and the name Peterloo was soon coined in bitter reference to Waterloo. The miniature of Peterloo should remain restrained, because its historical weight does not require heightened description. What matters is the arrangement. An industrial town without adequate representation, reformers gathered in public, magistrates interpreting assembly as danger, and armed force entering a civic space. The meeting's banners, the presence of women reformers, the careful marching of contingents from surrounding districts, and the platform prepared for Hunt all show how deliberately the crowd wished to present itself as orderly. Its dispersal made clear that order, when claimed by the powerless, could still be treated as threat by those who governed. The government responded not by conceding reform, but with the 6 Acts, which restricted large meetings, radical publications, and military training, while strengthening powers against seditious activity. Repression could delay reform, but it did not remove the conditions that produced it. Industrial towns continued to grow, literacy widened, newspapers circulated, and economic distress returned in cycles. The memory of Peterloo settled into working class and radical politics as evidence that representation was not an abstract constitutional matter. It concerned the right to gather without being treated as an enemy. The Reform Act of 1832 altered the political landscape, but only partially. It removed many rotten boroughs, redistributed seats toward growing towns, and extended the franchise to more middle-class men. Manchester, Birmingham, Leeds, and Sheffield gained representation, and the industrial middle classes won a greater place in Parliament. Yet most working men remained without the vote, and women were excluded. The Act therefore solved one crisis while preparing another. It showed that reform was possible, but also that reform could stop at the edge of property. Chartism emerged in the late 1830s from that disappointment and from the wider pressures of industrial life. The People's Charter of 1838 demanded 6 points: universal male suffrage, secret ballots, no property qualification for members of Parliament, payment of members, equal electoral districts, and annual parliaments. Some of these demands would later become ordinary features of democratic politics, though not all in the exact Chartist form. At the time, they were radical because they sought to make political power answerable to working men as citizens rather than merely to property holders as guardians of the nation. Chartism was not one temperament. It included moral force Chartists who emphasized persuasion, petitions, education, and lawful organization, and physical force Chartists who believed or warned that stronger measures might be necessary. Leaders such as Feargus O'Connor, William Lovett, Henry Hetherington, Bronte O'Brien, and others differed in strategy and character. The Northern Star, associated with O'Connor, helped create a national political conversation among workers who might never meet. Printed radical culture allowed industrial grievances to travel from town to town as shared language. The petitions were among Chartism's great material facts. In 1839, 1842, and 1848, Chartist petitions were presented to Parliament, bearing millions of claimed signatures, though the numbers and authenticity were disputed, especially in 1848. The physical scale of the petitions mattered, because sheets of names transformed individual exclusion into visible mass. A name written on paper could not vote, but it could join other names in an appeal to power. The petition became an industrial age object, produced by organization, carried by transport, multiplied by print, and measured in bulk. The rejection of Chartist petitions deepened frustration. In 1839, unrest at Newport in Wales ended in a rising led by John Frost and others, followed by deaths, trials, and transportation sentences later commuted from execution. In 1842, economic depression and wage cuts helped produce the plug plot disturbances when workers in parts of the industrial North and Midlands stopped mills by removing boiler plugs, halting steam power and production. This act had a certain grim precision. To stop the engine was to stop the system at its working heart. The plug plot disturbances show how industrial protest had learned the anatomy of production. Workers did not need to destroy an entire factory to halt its output. They could interrupt steam, movement, and attendance. Meetings and marches spread across districts already linked by trade, roads, canals, and habit. Wage grievance, political demand, and workplace action overlapped. The industrial crowd was no longer only a body in a field or square. It could move through the machinery of production itself. The state remained alert, and local authorities varied in their responses. Troops, special constables, magistrates, arrests, and trials accompanied moments of unrest, while employers and reformers debated whether distress came from bad trade, bad laws, bad conduct, or the structure of industrial capitalism itself. The Anti-Corn Law League, led by Richard Cobden and John Bright, drew heavily on middle-class industrial support and sought repeal of the Corn Laws through organized pressure, lectures, publications, and electoral strategy. Its aims overlapped with working-class hunger for cheaper bread, but not always with working-class demands for political democracy. Reform coalitions could be powerful and temporary at the same time. When the Corn Laws were repealed in 1846 under Robert Peel, the victory belonged to a different kind of political pressure from Chartism. It showed that organized opinion, economic argument, and middle-class industrial influence could reshape national policy. For manufacturers, repeal promised cheaper food and freer trade. For workers, the benefits were less direct and not always immediate, but bread prices mattered deeply. The repeal also weakened the old landed monopoly over policy and suggested that industrial Britain had gained a stronger voice within the state. Chartism's final great demonstration in 1848 occurred in a Europe unsettled by revolutions. The planned meeting on Kennington Common and the presentation of the petition created anxiety in London, but the moment passed without the upheaval some had feared. The petition's disputed signatures damaged its authority in hostile eyes, and Chartism as a national mass movement gradually declined afterward. Yet, it would be misleading to treat it as failure alone. Many of its demands later entered British political life, and its habits of organization, print, petition, meeting, and working-class leadership endured in other forms. Industrial protest also shaped the growth of trade unions, cooperatives, friendly societies, and later labor politics. The Rochdale Pioneers, founded in 1844, built a cooperative model around a store, shared rules, and member benefit, showing one peaceful route by which workers sought some control within the market. Trade unions developed unevenly, often strongest among skilled workers, and continued to face legal and employer resistance. Working-class politics did not move in a single line from protest to party. It spread through many channels, some local, some national, some cautious, some confrontational. The crowd itself changed meaning over these decades. To authorities, it could still represent disorder. To reformers, it could represent the nation excluded from power. To workers, it could represent protection, courage, pressure, and belonging. A lone handloom weaver or factory worker had little leverage against markets and employers, but thousands gathered in a field or thousands of names carried to Parliament could make visible the scale of grievance. Industrial society had created mass production, and in doing so, it had also helped create mass politics. By the middle of the 19th century, Britain had not become democratic in the later sense, but it had been forced to recognize that industry could not be governed only through property, punishment, and paternal confidence. Reform had come in fragments. The Reform Act, factory legislation, repeal of the Corn Laws, municipal changes, growing administrative inquiry, and a cautious widening of public debate. Protest had been suppressed, mocked, feared, and partially absorbed. The crowd had not won everything it demanded, but it had become impossible to ignore. This movement from broken frames to petitions leaves the Chronicle at the edge of another transformation in collective life. Crowds gathered in fields and streets, but people, goods, newspapers, police, soldiers, speakers, and petitions increasingly moved along faster routes. Industrial politics depended on circulation as much as production did. The next movement follows the rails that tightened those circulations, carrying coal first, then passengers, mail, news, and time itself, as George Stephenson, the rocket and the railway age redrew the practical distance between town and town. Chapter 13. Stephenson, the rocket and railway time. The rails tightened the circulations that protest, commerce, coal, and print had already begun to set in motion. Long before passengers settled into railway carriages with tickets in their pockets, iron roads had served mines, quarries, and industrial works, carrying weight more efficiently than carts on ordinary roads could manage. Coal had taught engineers that friction mattered, that gradients mattered, that a horse could pull more on rails than on rutted ground, and that regular movement could alter the price of everything beyond the pithead. The railway age did not appear suddenly as a clean modern invention. It grew from wagonways, tramroads, colliery lines, steam engines, iron rails, and the stubborn need to move heavy things at lower cost. George Stephenson belonged to that older mineral world before he became one of the public names of the railway. Born in 1781 at Wylam, near Newcastle, he grew up among collieries, engines, wagonways, and the hard practical knowledge of mining districts. His father worked with colliery machinery, and Stephenson's own education came late and partly through evening study, while his mechanical education came through work. He tended engines, repaired them, observed their weaknesses, and learnt the relation between steam, wheels, rails, gradients, and maintenance in the places where mistakes became expensive quickly. The railway engineer began as a colliery man. At Killingworth, Stephenson found the setting in which locomotive work could become more than experiment. Coal owners wanted better haulage, and the existing wagonways offered a practical testing ground. His early locomotives were built to move coal, not to impress travelers. They answered questions of adhesion, boiler strength, track durability, and useful pulling power. If an engine could haul enough wagons to justify fuel, repairs, and capital, it mattered. If it could not, admiration would not save it. Industrial invention in this world remained close to accounts. Robert Stephenson, George's son, carried the family work into a more formal engineering age. Educated more thoroughly than his father, he became central to locomotive building, railway design, bridges, and the business organization needed to supply an expanding railway world. The firm Robert Stephenson and Company, established in Newcastle in 1823, became one of the crucial locomotive manufacturers of the early railway era. Father and son were not identical figures. George stood closer to the practical colliery tradition, while Robert moved more easily through calculation, drawing offices, contracts, and international engineering. Together, they show how railway knowledge passed from workshop experience into professional authority. The Stockton and Darlington Railway opened in 1825 and marked an important step between industrial wagonway and public railway. It was promoted largely to carry coal from the Durham coalfield toward markets, though it also carried passengers from the beginning in a mixed and still experimental manner. Stephenson served as engineer, and his locomotive Locomotion No. 1 drew attention because steam traction had entered a line authorized by Parliament and visible to a wider public. The railway still included horse haulage in some operations, and it did not yet look like the mature railway system that later generations would know. Its significance lies in transition. The miniature of the Stockton and Darlington opening belongs to the mixture of old and new that characterized the day. Locomotion No. 1 hauled wagons carrying coal, flour, officials, musicians, and passengers along a route whose purpose remained deeply tied to mineral transport. Crowds gathered because the event was novel, but the railway's practical meaning lay in the coal trade. The line made public what collieries had long been discovering in more private settings. Rails and steam could alter the cost and expectation of movement. The passengers were important, but they were not yet the whole story. The Liverpool and Manchester Railway carried the matter further because it joined two major urban and commercial centres with a line designed for regular locomotive operation. Liverpool, with its docks and Atlantic commerce, and Manchester, with its cotton mills and warehouses, already formed a powerful economic pair. Canals linked them, especially the Bridgewater and related waterways, but merchants and manufacturers wanted faster and more dependable movement. The railway promised speed, regularity, and independence from some of the delays and charges associated with canal transport. It was therefore a commercial challenge as well as an engineering project. The line required parliamentary approval, and the struggle for that approval revealed how disruptive railways appeared before they became familiar. Landowners worried about property, farmers about livestock and fields, canal interests about competition, and local opponents about smoke, noise, safety, and intrusion. Surveying itself could become contentious, with engineers and assistants facing obstruction as they tried to measure routes. The railway was not merely laid across neutral ground. It passed through a landscape of rights, fears, investments, and arguments, each of which had to be answered by law, persuasion, compensation, or persistence. Chatmos became one of the project's famous engineering difficulties. This broad peat bog between Liverpool and Manchester seemed to many opponents an impossible surface for a railway, and Stephenson's decision to carry the line across it became a test of practical judgment. The solution involved floating the track on layers of brushwood, timber, earth, and other materials, allowing the railway to rest upon the bog rather than cut through it in the ordinary manner. The method was not elegant in the abstract. It was useful, and usefulness was the engineer's first defense. The Rainhill trials of 1829 were organized to determine the best locomotive for the Liverpool and Manchester Railway. The directors wanted evidence, not merely claims, and the trial made locomotive performance into a public and measurable contest. Several engines were entered, including Novelty, Sans Pareil, and the Stephenson's rocket. The requirements concerned speed, weight, reliability, fuel, and the ability to complete repeated runs under specified conditions. Industrial modernity often advanced through such tests, where reputation had to submit to measurement. The rocket's success rested on design features that helped define later locomotive practice. Its multi-tubular boiler increased the heating surface, allowing steam to be raised more effectively. Its separate firebox and blast pipe arrangement improved combustion and draft. It was not the first locomotive, nor was it a finished model for all time, but it drew together several principles in a working form that met the demands placed before it. The famous name can sometimes obscure the collaborative labor behind it, including Robert Stephenson's manufacturing firm and the contribution of Henry Booth, treasurer of the Liverpool and Manchester Railway, who is associated with the multi-tubular boiler. In industrial history, even iconic machines usually have more than one mind within them. The Rainhill miniature is useful because it shows the railway age deciding by trial rather than prophecy. Spectators watched engines move along the track, but the deeper event lay in the comparison of performance under rules. Novelty attracted admiration for its lightness and speed. Sans Pareil represented another serious effort, and Rocket endured the tests most successfully. The point was not that a machine had won a race in the modern sporting sense. It was that directors, engineers, investors, and the public had seen steam locomotion prove itself as a practical system for regular service. When the Liverpool and Manchester Railway opened on the 15th of September 1830, the day carried celebration and sorrow together. Dignitaries, including the Duke of Wellington, attended, and trains moved along the line in public display. During the opening, William Huskisson, Member of Parliament for Liverpool and a former cabinet minister, was struck by the locomotive rocket and later died from his injuries. The event became one of the first widely reported railway fatalities, and it gave the new technology an early association with danger as well as promise. The chronicle need not dwell on the physical moment. Its consequence was enough. The railway age had announced both speed and risk. Regular service soon mattered more than opening ceremony. Passengers discovered that railways could make journeys faster and more predictable than stagecoaches, while goods could move between port and manufacturing town with new efficiency. Timetables gave movement a printed order. Stations became places where local life met national connection. Railway companies developed systems for tickets, classes, luggage, signals, maintenance, police, and accounting. A line on the map became an institution in daily life. The railway altered distance by making it less dependent on older measures of fatigue, road condition, and animal endurance. A journey that had once required many hours by coach could be shortened, and more important, made regular. Business letters, newspapers, parcels, food, raw materials, and people could move according to schedules that allowed planning across towns. This was one of the railway's quiet revolutions. It changed not only how fast movement occurred, but how confidently people could arrange their affairs around expected arrival. Railways also rearranged the landscape. Cuttings opened hillsides, embankments crossed low ground, viaducts carried tracks over valleys and streets, tunnels passed beneath obstacles, and stations created new urban centers. Land was surveyed, purchased, divided, and sometimes disputed. Contractors organized navvies in large numbers, and their labor, temporary settlements, and difficult conditions became part of the railway's human cost. Stone, brick, timber, iron rails, sleepers, chairs, ballast, and later steel all entered the physical body of the line. The railway looked like speed to passengers, but it rested on slow earthwork. The navvies deserve notice because their labor gave the railway its path. They cut, filled, blasted, drained, carried, and laid the ground on which engines would later move smoothly. Many came from canal building traditions, while others entered from agricultural or itinerant labor. Their work was often hard, mobile, and separate from settled respectability in the eyes of many observers. Industrial modernity depended not only on engineers and inventors, but on men whose names rarely remained attached to the embankments they built. Railway finance created another layer of change. Lines required parliamentary acts, surveys, land purchases, materials, contractors, locomotives, stations, and staff before returns could be earned. Investors bought shares in schemes whose success depended on traffic estimates, engineering competence, management, and broader economic conditions. The railway mania of the 1840s showed how expectation could outrun judgment, as proposed lines multiplied and speculation spread. Some investors profited, others lost heavily, and Britain's map gained both useful routes and schemes that had been too hopeful. The railway turned the landscape into a financial prospectus. Third-class travel widened the railway's social meaning. Early railways often distinguished passengers by class of carriage, comfort, speed, and fare. But over time, cheaper travel allowed more people to move for work, family, leisure, migration, and political activity. Parliamentary trains, required by the Railway Regulation Act of 1844, provided at least one daily service at low fare under specified conditions. This did not make travel equal, but it made railway mobility more widely accessible. The train became part of ordinary life, not only a convenience for merchants and gentlemen. Railway time emerged because local time was no longer sufficient for a networked system. Towns had long kept time by the sun, and local noon varied from place to place. That variation mattered little when movement was slow, but it became troublesome when trains crossed distances according to printed schedules. Railway companies increasingly adopted standardized time, especially Greenwich time, and station clocks helped spread it. In 1847, the Railway Clearinghouse recommended Greenwich time for railway use, and over time, railway time entered public life more broadly. Industrial coordination disciplined the clock as surely as the factory had disciplined the working day. The miniature of railway time rests at the station clock. The clock did not merely tell passengers when to board. It reconciled one town to another, bringing local habits under a shared measure. A printed timetable required the same minute to mean the same thing along the line, and that requirement slowly altered the experience of public time. The railway made punctuality a spatial system. A late train was not simply late in one place, it disturbed connections elsewhere. Mail and newspapers benefited greatly from railway speed. The postal system could move letters more quickly, while newspapers reached provincial readers sooner and with greater regularity. Political movements, commercial information, market prices, parliamentary reports, and news of distant events circulated through the railway network. The crowd described in the previous chapter could now be informed by print moving along iron routes. Public opinion became faster because paper had acquired steam. Food supply also changed. Railways carried milk, fish, meat, vegetables, and grain into growing towns, widening the reach of urban consumption. Seaside resorts became more accessible. Suburban living began to develop around commuter lines, and holiday travel entered the habits of those who could afford it. The railway did not dissolve class difference. It often displayed it carriage by carriage. Yet it broadened the geographical imagination of ordinary people. Places once known only by report could become reachable within a day. The engineering profession gained status through railway building. Men such as George Stephenson, Robert Stephenson, Isambard Kingdom Brunel, Joseph Locke, and later many others became public figures whose work carried national consequence. Brunel's Great Western Railway, with its broad gauge and ambitious engineering, represented another vision of speed, comfort, and technical boldness. Gauge disputes, bridge designs, station architecture, and route choices were not merely technical details. They were decisions about how the country would be organized. Railways also deepened demand for coal, iron, steel, timber, glass, bricks, signaling equipment, and skilled maintenance. Locomotive works, carriage shops, rail mills, foundries, and repair depots grew around the network. A railway created work by being built, then continued to create work by needing constant care. Tracks wore, boilers needed inspection, wheels required turning, signals had to be tended, stations staffed, accounts kept, and accidents investigated. Industrial systems did not remain modern by themselves. They required endless maintenance. By the middle of the 19th century, the railway had become one of the chief forms through which people understood progress. It shortened journeys, standardized time, reorganized cities, widened markets, supported newspapers, altered warfare, encouraged tourism, and made national space feel more connected. It also brought noise, smoke, danger, speculation, displacement, and new dependencies. Like the factory and the city, the railway offered gain and unease together. It was not a clean symbol. It was a working system. The chapter therefore rests on motion disciplined into timetable. Coal roads had become public railways. Colliery experience had become professional engineering. Local time had begun to yield to railway time. Towns had drawn nearer to one another in practice and imagination. Yet the rails did more than connect Britain internally. They linked ports, mills, mines, and markets to an increasingly global industrial order. The next movement follows cotton, steam, empire, slavery, Indian textiles, American plantations, shipping, tariffs, and telegraph wires, where the railway's compression of distance becomes part of a wider world of unequal connection. Chapter 14. Cotton's Wider World, Empire, Slavery, and India. The wider world of unequal connection begins with cotton, because no material better reveals how the Industrial Revolution joined comfort in one place to coercion and disruption in another. By the early 19th century, Lancashire mills could spin and weave at a pace that older textile economies had not been built to match, but their speed depended on supplies of raw cotton that Britain itself could not grow. The machines stood in rainy northern towns, turned by water and steam, tended by wage labour, financed through banks and merchants, and carried by canals and railways. Yet the fibre that passed through them came from warmer regions, from fields, ports, ships, plantations, brokers, and imperial systems that made the factory floor part of a much larger world. Cotton had an older history long before Lancashire claimed industrial fame. India had produced cotton textiles of extraordinary range and quality for centuries, including fine muslins, painted and printed calicos, chintzes, and cloths traded across Asia, Africa, the Middle East, and Europe. Indian weavers, dyers, washers, printers, merchants, and brokers belonged to a sophisticated textile economy whose skill impressed and unsettled European consumers. In the 17th and early 18th centuries, European demand for Indian cottons grew strongly enough to alarm wool and silk interests in Britain and France. The desire for cotton cloth preceded the British machines that later supplied it. That desire shaped policy. In Britain, Calico Acts in the early 18th century restricted the import and use of certain cotton goods, partly to protect domestic wool and silk producers from competition. Such laws did not remove cotton from imagination or consumption. They encouraged imitation, re-export, mixed fabrics, printing industries, and technical effort. The irony is worth holding gently. Britain's later cotton triumph grew partly from admiration for goods it had once tried to restrain. Industrial rivalry often begins as dependence on another culture's excellence. The East India Company stood at the center of Britain's earlier relationship with Indian textiles. It was a trading corporation, a political power, and eventually a territorial ruler. And its servants moved through a world of contracts, advances, brokers, weavers, revenue, and imperial pressure. In Bengal and elsewhere, the company's role changed over time, especially after the mid-18th century, when military and political power expanded following events such as the Battle of Plassey in 1757 and the acquisition of revenue rights in Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa in 1765. Trade and rule became entangled. Cloth was not only a commodity, it became part of a political economy of extraction, obligation, and uneven bargaining. A miniature of Bengal's textile world can rest with the muslin trade around Dhaka, once famous for cloth of extraordinary fineness. The weavers who produced such fabric worked with cotton, water, humidity, inherited skill, and commercial systems that tied them to merchants and company agents. Their work was delicate, specialized, and admired far beyond its place of origin. Later industrial memory often treats machine-made cloth as though it replaced a primitive craft, but this reverses the truth. British industrial cotton rose in competition with one of the world's most accomplished textile traditions. The decline of many Indian textile producers was not caused by one single force. British machine-made cloth, changing tariffs, company power, shifting global demand, local revenue pressures, and the broader disruptions of colonial rule all contributed in different ways across regions and decades. Some Indian producers adapted, some markets persisted, and India remained complex rather than simply ruined in a single stroke. Still, the 19th century saw British cotton goods enter Indian markets on a scale that placed severe pressure on many hand producers. The machine did not only create abundance, it rearranged the geography of loss. Lancashire's cotton districts depended increasingly on raw cotton from the Atlantic world, especially from the United States. In the 18th century, Britain drew cotton from several sources, including the Caribbean, Brazil, the Mediterranean, and India, but the American South became dominant in the 19th century. This shift depended on land expansion, global demand, transport links, and, centrally, enslaved labor. The Industrial Revolution's most celebrated textile sector therefore stood in intimate relation to slavery, even after Britain abolished the slave trade in 1807 and slavery in most of its empire in the 1830s. Eli Whitney's cotton gin, patented in 1794, became one of the decisive devices in this transformation. Short staple cotton could grow across broad inland areas of the American South, but removing seeds by hand was slow and costly. The gin used teeth or wire hooks and a screen to separate fiber from seed much more efficiently, making short staple cotton commercially attractive on a far larger scale. Whitney did not become rich from the patent in the way the invention's fame might suggest, and other gins, copies, disputes, and improvements quickly spread. The consequence mattered more than the inventor's reward. The miniature of Whitney's cotton gin is therefore not a tale of simple mechanical progress. It is a moment in which a machine made one labor problem easier and intensified another human catastrophe. By reducing the cost of cleaning cotton, the gin helped expand the demand for enslaved field labor across the south and southwestward into new plantation regions. Cotton bales moved toward ports such as New Orleans, Mobile, Charleston, and Savannah, then across the Atlantic to Liverpool and other receiving ports. A device that looked efficient in one part of the chain strengthened coercion in another. Liverpool merchants, brokers, shipowners, bankers, and insurers occupied a crucial place in this Atlantic cotton world. Cotton arrived in bales, was sampled, graded, sold, financed, warehoused, and sent onward toward mills by canal, road, and railway. The Liverpool Cotton Exchange became one of the places where distant labor and weather were translated into price. A crop failure, a war scare, a banking panic, or a change in American supply could travel through quotations and letters into the decisions of Lancashire manufacturers. The plantation and the mill were separated by an ocean, but joined by account books. The enslaved labor behind much of that cotton must be stated plainly and calmly. Men, women, and children were held as property under a system that denied freedom, separated families, compelled labor, and supported the wealth of planters, merchants, lenders, shippers, and manufacturers. The chapter does not need graphic detail to make the fact grave. Cotton's cheapness was not natural. It was produced through land, violence, law, credit, and forced work, and its fibers entered the same machines that European observers praised as signs of improvement. British abolition complicates the story without removing the connection. The British abolitionist movement helped end the British slave trade in 1807 and slavery in most British colonies in the 1830s, and figures such as Thomas Clarkson, William Wilberforce, Olaudah Equiano, and many black and white abolitionists shaped that struggle. Yet British manufacturers continued to consume slave-grown cotton from the United States in enormous quantities. Moral reform in one part of the empire could coexist with economic dependence on slavery elsewhere. Industrial capitalism often arranged conscience and commerce in separate compartments. Lancashire workers also lived within this contradiction. Their wages depended in part on cotton supplies, and when the American Civil War later interrupted those supplies during the Lancashire cotton famine of the 1860s, mill towns suffered severely. Many workers endured unemployment, short time, relief committees, and hardship, while public opinion in Britain divided over the war and slavery. Some working-class meetings expressed support for the Union and emancipation despite their own distress, a fact often remembered because it reveals moral judgment under economic pressure. The cotton thread joined them to a conflict far away. Before that crisis, cotton had already reshaped British domestic and global markets. Printed cloth, plain cloth, yarn, calicos, muslins, and cheap cotton goods moved into households across Britain and abroad. Consumers bought light dresses, shirts, underclothing, curtains, bed linens, handkerchiefs, and children's garments that could be washed and replaced more readily than many older fabrics. Cotton made cleanliness and variety more accessible for many consumers, though unevenly by class. In the home, it could feel like comfort. In the ledger, it appeared as volume. In the field and workshop, it represented labor arranged under very different powers. India became not only a market for British cloth, but also a source of revenue and strategic power. The East India Company and later the British Crown governed through taxation, law, army, railways, courts, and administrative systems that altered economic life across the subcontinent. Opium revenue formed one of the darker parts of this imperial structure, with opium produced under company control in India and sold into China, contributing to a trade that brought conflict, addiction, and war. The same empire that moved cotton textiles through legal markets also profited from narcotic commerce backed by state power. Industrial modernity did not keep its ledgers morally clean. Tariffs and trade rules mattered because they shaped competition between hand production and machine production. British manufactured textiles entered colonial markets under conditions influenced by imperial policy, while Indian goods faced barriers and disadvantages in Britain and elsewhere at different points. Historians debate the precise balance between technological productivity, tariff policy, colonial coercion, and internal changes in explaining deindustrialization in parts of India. A calm account need not pretend the debate is simpler than it is. It is enough to say that power and productivity work together, and that free trade was never equally free for all participants. Steamships and later telegraph cables tightened imperial connection. Steam navigation shortened and regularized routes, while the opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 further altered the passage between Europe and Asia. Telegraphy allowed prices, orders, political decisions, and military information to travel faster than ships. A merchant in Britain could know more quickly what was happening in Bombay, Calcutta, Alexandria, New York, or New Orleans. The world market did not become fairer because it became faster. Speed often strengthened those already best placed to use it. Railways in India carried a similar ambiguity. British officials and investors promoted railways for military movement, administrative control, trade, famine relief, and commercial development. Tracks connected ports to interior regions, moved cotton, grain, soldiers, officials, pilgrims, and mail, and altered patterns of movement across the subcontinent. They also served imperial priorities, often built through financial guarantees favorable to British investors and rooted in ways that connected extraction to ports. A railway could be useful to many people while still belonging to an unequal political order. Industrial infrastructure often carried benefit and domination in the same carriage. The American South, India, Egypt, and other cotton regions became increasingly sensitive to British industrial demand. When prices rose, cultivation could expand. When markets fell, producers and laborers bore the shock. In Egypt, especially during the American Civil War, cotton expansion brought temporary prosperity and later debt entanglements that helped draw the country more tightly into European financial control. Cotton thus linked agriculture, empire, debt, and industrial demand across several continents. A mill owner's need for fiber could shape irrigation, landholding, labor, and credit far beyond Lancashire. Manchester sometimes called itself Cottonopolis, a name that captured both civic pride and dependence. Its warehouses, exchanges, mills, and merchant houses formed the urban architecture of a global textile system. Samples of cotton could pass between brokers, yarn counts could define quality, and printed patterns could be selected for markets thousands of miles away. The city's confidence rested partly on its ability to make distant places legible as supply, demand, and price. This was one of the great powers of industrial capitalism. It simplified distance into terms business could use. Yet the simplification was never complete. Whether in the American South, rebellion in India, war in Europe, financial panic in London, harvest failure in Ireland, or political crisis in China could disturb the flow of cotton, credit, food, and demand. The industrial economy seemed powerful because it connected so much, but connection also created vulnerability. A broken link could idle mills, lower wages, strand cargoes, or unsettle banks. The world market was not a smooth surface. It was a web of dependencies, and dependencies tremble when pulled. Cotton's wider world therefore changes the meaning of the Industrial Revolution. It was not only a British national achievement, though Britain stood at its early centre. It was not only a technological revolution, though machinery mattered intensely. It was a reordering of global relationships through fibre, fuel, labour, capital, law, ships, and empire. The cloth that entered a British shop or an Indian bazaar carried with it decisions made in Parliament, inventions in workshops, coercion on plantations, skill in mills, and losses in older textile communities. By the later 19th century, other countries and colonies began to develop textile industries of their own, including mills in Bombay and Ahmedabad, where Indian capitalists, workers, and entrepreneurs entered machine cotton production under colonial conditions. Japan, too, would build a powerful textile sector as part of its modern industrialization. These developments did not undo the earlier imbalance, but they showed that industrial methods could travel and be repurposed. Once machinery, steam, finance, and factory discipline had become portable, no single country could permanently contain them. The chapter comes to rest, then, not in one mill or one port, but in the uneasy circulation of cotton through an unequal world. The railway had compressed distance within Britain. Steamships, telegraphs, imperial law, and global markets compressed it across oceans. Cheap cloth warmed bodies, furnished rooms, and filled shops, while its making drew together enslaved fields, colonial revenues, Indian weavers, Lancashire spinners, Liverpool brokers, and consumers who often knew little of the chain they touched. From this widened cotton world, the chronicle turns toward the spread of industry itself, not everywhere at once and never in the same form, but through Belgium, France, Germany, the United States, Russia, and Japan, where each society received the industrial model through its own resources, anxieties, and ambitions. Chapter 15. Not everywhere at once. The uneven spread of industry. The industrial model now begins to travel, not everywhere at once and never in the same form. Britain had stood at the early center because coal, wages, agriculture, finance, law, empire, skilled labor, transport, and technical experiment had joined there in a rare combination. Other societies did not receive that combination ready-made. They received machines, engineers, diagrams, capital, rumors, samples, emigrants, spies, tariffs, state policies, and the unsettling knowledge that one country's industrial lead could become another country's military or commercial weakness. To industrialize after Britain was not merely to imitate Britain. It was to decide what parts of the British example could be borrowed, resisted, altered, or forced into local conditions. Belgium moved early, partly because it possessed coal, iron, textile traditions, skilled labor, and proximity to Britain. The Sillen Industrial, the industrial valley running through parts of Wallonia, became one of the first major industrial regions on the European continent. Around Liège, Charleroi, Mons, and other centers, coal mining, ironworking, glassmaking, and later steel production developed with unusual force. British methods and machinery crossed the channel, sometimes legally, sometimes through migration and industrial espionage, and Belgian entrepreneurs adapted them to a landscape already prepared by mineral wealth. The result was not a copy of Lancashire or the Black Country, but a continental industrial corridor with its own workers, languages, banks, and political tensions. William Cockerell, an English mechanic who settled on the continent, became one of the notable carriers of British textile and engineering knowledge into Belgium. His sons, especially John Cockerell, helped build a major industrial enterprise at Searing near Liège, where machine building, iron production, and coal power came together. Searing became one of the great industrial sites of continental Europe, showing how imported skill could take root in a new national setting. The machinery had crossed borders, but once installed, it entered Belgian labor markets, Belgian politics, Belgian coalfields, and Belgian ambitions. Technology travels most powerfully when it stops being foreign and becomes local. A miniature of Searing shows the practical weight of that transformation. John Cockerell's works brought together furnaces, machine shops, steam engines, skilled mechanics, and a managerial culture shaped by British example, but enlarged within Belgian industry. Orders could be filled for engines, machinery, and iron goods that other continental enterprises needed in order to grow. This is one of the quieter ways industrialization spreads. One works becomes the supplier of the next, and a region begins to generate its own capacity. The imported machine becomes the local machine maker. France industrialized more unevenly, and for that reason its path is sometimes misunderstood. It did not lack skill, wealth, science, or manufacturing tradition. Lyon's silk industry, Saint-Étienne's arms and ribbons, northern textiles, Alsatian cotton printing, Parisian luxury trades, and metallurgical regions all formed part of a diverse economy. But France had different patterns of landholding, population, capital, coal distribution, and state development from Britain. The French Revolution and Napoleonic Wars had also rearranged property, law, administration, and markets in ways that shaped the 19th century economy. Industrial change there was real, but it did not always gather into the same coal and cotton pattern that made Britain appear so dramatic. French industrialization often preserved more small-scale and artisanal production alongside larger factories. In Paris, skilled workshops produced luxury goods, instruments, furniture, clothing, printing, and metalwork for refined and specialized markets. In Alsace, textile manufacturers built significant cotton enterprises, sometimes drawing on Swiss, German, and British influences. In the Loire and northern coalfields, mining and metallurgy expanded. Rather than a single industrial capital equivalent to Manchester, France developed several industrial regions tied to different products and traditions. This plurality gave French industry resilience in some areas and slower concentration in others. The French state played a continuing role through education, infrastructure, tariffs, technical schools, and administrative oversight. Institutions such as the École Polytechnique, founded during the revolutionary period, helped give French engineering a strong mathematical and state-oriented character. Bridges, roads, canals, mines, and later railways were often approached through a language of public utility as well as private profit. The engineer in France could be a servant of the state as much as a servant of the market. That difference mattered because industrialization is also a style of authority. Germany's industrial ascent came later but became immense. Before unification in 1871, German lands were divided among many states, each with its own laws, tariffs, currencies, and institutions. The Zollverein, the customs union formed under Prussian leadership in the 19th century, helped reduce internal barriers and widen markets. Railways connected coalfields, cities, ports, and manufacturing districts, while technical education and banks supported heavy industry. The Ruhr, with its coal and later steel, became one of Europe's great industrial regions. Once German industry gathered force, it did so with a seriousness that changed the balance of Europe. The Ruhr's rise rested on coal, iron, transport, and capital, but also on organization. Firms such as Krupp in Essen became symbols of German heavy industry, producing cast steel, railway materials, machinery, and armaments. Alfred Krupp inherited and expanded a steel enterprise that had begun under his father, Friedrich Krupp, and the firm became associated with large-scale production, technical discipline, and close ties to the Prussian and later German state. The Krupp works drew workers, engineers, managers, and state interest into one dense industrial organism. Its products served railways and armies alike, a reminder that industrial power and military power increasingly shared the same furnaces. A closer look at Krupp's cast steel works reveals the 19th century movement from workshop to industrial empire. Steel blocks, railway tires, axles, guns, and machinery parts demanded large capital investment and exacting technical control. The firm built not only works, but a social order around works, including housing, welfare measures, discipline, and loyalty structures that tied employees to the company. Paternalism and power sat together there, as they did in several industrial enterprises. The employer could provide schools, pensions, and housing, while still demanding obedience and resisting independent labor organization. The United States received industrialization through abundance of land, natural resources, immigration, internal markets, and a political culture deeply committed to expansion. Its early textile industry drew directly from British models, sometimes through men who carried protected knowledge across the Atlantic. Samuel Slater, trained in the British textile world, arrived in the United States and helped establish mechanized cotton spinning in Rhode Island in the 1790s. Francis Cabot Lowell and his associates later developed the Waltham-Lowell system in Massachusetts, integrating spinning and weaving under one roof. American industry began with borrowing, but it did not remain merely borrowed. Lowell's textile mills form one of the important miniatures of American industrialization. In the 1820s and 1830s, young women from New England farms came to work in mills that combined wage labor, boarding houses, rules, church attendance, lectures, and printed literary culture. The Lowell mill girls were not representative of all industrial labor, and their relative respectability was carefully managed by employers who wished to present factory work as morally acceptable. Yet their experience shows how industrialization could be fitted, for a time, into a specific regional culture of rural families, female wage work, education, and supervision. Later immigration, wage pressure, and labor conflict altered the system substantially. American industrial growth also depended on water power, then coal, canals, railroads, and machine tools. The Erie Canal, opened in 1825, connected the Great Lakes to the Hudson River and helped draw the interior into Atlantic commerce through New York. Railroads spread across the continent during the 19th century, especially after the Civil War, creating markets of extraordinary size and tying agriculture, mining, manufacturing, and settlement together. Pittsburgh became a center of iron and later steel, supported by coal, rivers, railways, and capital. The American system of manufactures, with interchangeable parts and machine tools, developed in armories and private factories, giving the United States a distinctive path toward mass production. In Russia, industrialization came later and under strong state pressure. The empire possessed immense resources, but distance, serfdom until 1861, weak transport, limited internal markets, and social hierarchy shaped its slower development. The emancipation of the serfs altered the labor and land system, though not simply or easily, and the state increasingly pursued railways, mining, textiles, and heavy industry as matters of national strength. Sergei Witte, finance minister in the 1890s, promoted railway building, foreign investment, protective tariffs, and industrial expansion. Russian industry grew rapidly in some sectors, but the social and political tensions around it deepened as well. The Trans-Siberian Railway, begun in the 1890s, expresses the scale of Russian state industrial ambition. It was not only a railway, but an imperial project, a military artery, a settlement route, a claim on Siberia, and a symbol that distance could be challenged by steel. Building it required labor, surveying, bridges, embankments, rails, stations, and vast finance. Its practical effects were uneven, and its completion came in stages, but its meaning was clear. Russia did not industrialize through a loose market process alone. It used the state to drag infrastructure across space. Japan's industrialization after the Meiji Restoration of 1868 offers another path, shaped by state urgency, selective borrowing, and national independence under pressure from Western power. The Tokugawa period had already left Japan with commercial cities, literacy, craft skill, markets, and administrative experience, so Meiji industrialization did not begin from emptiness. But the new government moved deliberately to build railways, telegraphs, arsenals, shipyards, mines, textile mills, schools, and model factories. Foreign experts were hired, students were sent abroad, and institutions were remade to strengthen the state. Industrialization here was a defense as much as an aspiration. The Tomioka Silk Mill, opened in 1872 with French assistance, offers a useful miniature of Meiji industrial policy. It was a model factory, designed to improve silk reeling, train workers, and demonstrate modern methods. Young women worked in a supervised setting, and the mill connected technology transfer, export ambition, gendered labor, and state planning. Silk exports helped Japan earn foreign exchange, while cotton spinning later became a major sector of Japanese industry. The state did not intend merely to display machines. It intended to teach a nation how to reproduce industrial capacity. Meiji exhibitions and industrial promotions reinforced this effort. Domestic expositions showed machinery, products, agricultural improvements, and manufactured goods as signs of national progress. Such events resembled, in their own setting, the display culture of the Great Exhibition, but their purpose was tied closely to catching up with powers that had already forced unequal treaties upon Japan. Industrial display became instruction, persuasion, and national reassurance. To show machines was to show that the country could survive in a world measured by industrial strength. Industrialization also spread through colonies and semi-colonial regions in constrained forms. Railways, mines, plantations, ports, and processing facilities often developed to serve export economies rather than balanced local industrial growth. In India, railways expanded under British rule, and textile mills developed in cities such as Bombay and Ahmedabad, but colonial policy and global competition shaped the terms. In Egypt, cotton tied the economy to European finance and intervention. In Latin America, railways, mines, guano, nitrates, coffee, sugar, and later oil connected regions to world markets while domestic industry developed unevenly. Industrialization could mean local manufacturing, but it could also mean deeper incorporation into someone else's industrial system. The unevenness matters because it prevents a comforting story of simple diffusion. Britain industrialized first, but it did not hand the world a neutral gift. Industrial methods traveled through competition, imperialism, fear, ambition, and necessity. Some states borrowed in order to remain independent. Some regions were drawn in as suppliers of raw materials. Some workers entered factories. Others lost older trades. Others migrated across oceans to mines, railways, plantations, and cities. The industrial model became global, but its benefits and burdens remained sharply distributed. Tariffs became one of the main instruments by which later industrializers tried to protect themselves. The United States used protective tariffs through much of the 19th century to support domestic manufacturing. Germany used policies that reflected the interests of industry, agriculture, and state power. Japan guarded and nurtured strategic sectors. Britain, having industrialized early, became the great advocate of free trade, especially after repealing the Corn Laws. But free trade looks different when spoken by the country already ahead. The rules of openness are never heard neutrally by those still trying to build capacity. Technical education also became increasingly important. Germany's technical schools, French engineering institutions, American mechanics institutes and land-grant colleges, Japanese modern schools, and Russian specialized institutes all show that industry required trained minds as well as capital and labor. The inventor in a workshop remained important, but by the late 19th century chemistry, metallurgy, electrical engineering, and mechanical design increasingly depended on formal knowledge. Industrialization was becoming less forgiving of improvisation alone. Science and industry, once connected through scattered societies and practical experiment, drew closer through laboratories, schools, and firms. Banks and finance differed across countries as well. Britain's early industrialization had often relied on private partnerships, retained profits, local banks, and merchant capital, though this varied by sector. Germany developed powerful universal banks that supported large industrial enterprises and long-term investment. The United States combined banks, securities markets, railroad finance, and later large corporate capital in distinctive ways. France had its own investment banks and credit institutions. The form of finance shaped the form of industry because the patience, scale, and control of capital influenced what could be built. Workers' movements traveled too. Trade unionism, socialism, cooperatives, mutual aid and labor parties developed differently across industrial societies. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels drew heavily on British industrial evidence, German philosophy, and French political experience to analyze capitalism as an international system. The First International, founded in 1864, reflected the growing sense that labor's questions crossed borders. Yet workers remained rooted in local languages, laws, trades, religions, and political traditions. International industry did not produce one international working class in any simple way. It produced many working classes learning to compare their conditions. Migration became another form of industrial movement. Europeans crossed the Atlantic to work in American factories, mines, railroads, farms, and cities. Rural people moved into industrial districts within their own countries. Chinese, Indian, Irish, Italian, Polish, Jewish, Japanese, and many other migrants entered global labor circuits shaped by empire, poverty, opportunity, exclusion, and recruitment. The industrial world needed bodies as much as machines, and people moved where wages, coercion, hunger, hope, or displacement carried them. A railway in one country and a steamship route in another could become parts of the same migration story. By the end of the 19th century, Britain was no longer the unchallenged workshop of the world. Germany and the United States had become formidable industrial powers, especially in steel, chemicals, electrical goods, and machinery. Belgium remained heavily industrial, France strong in varied sectors, Japan rising rapidly, and Russia expanding unevenly under state pressure. Industrial leadership shifted from early textile and steam dominance toward heavy industry, electrical systems, chemicals, corporate organization, and scientific research. The first industrial revolution had opened the path. Later industrializers widened, redirected, and contested it. The chapter therefore comes to rest on plurality rather than imitation. Industry spread through Belgian coal valleys, French workshops, German steel cities, American mill towns, Russian railways, Japanese model factories, colonial ports, and raw material frontiers. Each place altered the model it received, and each alteration changed the global balance. The Industrial Revolution had begun as a British-centered transformation, but by the late 19th century it had become a world condition, unevenly shared and unevenly endured. From this uneven spread, the final movement turns toward the industrial world that resulted: electricity, chemicals, corporations, standardized time, social insurance, imperial rivalry, and the long material afterlife of the age that machines had helped to make. Chapter 16: The Industrial World and the Long Aftermath. The long material afterlife of the industrial age begins where uneven industrialization had left the world, with machines no longer confined to one island, with coal and iron joined by electricity, chemicals, steel, petroleum, laboratories, corporations, technical schools, and states that understood industry as a measure of national strength. By the late 19th century, the Industrial Revolution had ceased to be a single British-centered transformation. It had become a condition into which countries, empires, companies, workers, soldiers, farmers, clerks, and consumers were drawn at different speeds. The older world of fields, workshops, hand tools, sailing ships, and local time did not vanish, but it now lived beside systems that could move power, goods, messages, and people with a reach no earlier century had known. Electricity changed the feeling of industrial power because it could be generated in one place and used in another. Earlier mills had depended on water wheels, line shafts, belts, steam engines, and the physical nearness of power to machinery. Electric motors, lighting systems, dynamos, cables, and switches gradually loosened that arrangement. Werner von Siemens, Thomas Edison, Nikola Tesla, George Westinghouse, Sebastian de Ferranti, and many others belong to a world in which invention, business, patents, urban infrastructure, and public spectacle were deeply entangled. Electricity did not arrive as a single gift. It spread through competing systems, stations, lamps, meters, wires, and municipal decisions. Edison's work at Menlo Park, and later in larger enterprises, shows how invention itself had become organized. The older image of the solitary inventor did not disappear, but the industrial laboratory made research more collective, systematic, and commercially directed. Assistants, machinists, chemists, glassblowers, draftsmen, investors, patent lawyers, and managers all belonged to the making of an electric light system. The lamp mattered, but so did the generator, the wiring, the meter, the switch, the central station, and the business plan. Electric lighting was not an object alone. It was a network brought into buildings. A miniature of Edison's Pearl Street station in New York, opened in 1882, reveals this network quality. The station supplied electric light to a limited district in Lower Manhattan, serving customers through underground conductors and a system that had to balance generation, distribution, billing, maintenance, and trust. The achievement lay not only in making bulbs glow, but in making them glow as a service that could be purchased repeatedly. Coal still sat behind the electricity, burned to raise steam that drove dynamos, yet the user met the system at the level of light. Industrial energy had learned to hide some of its own labor. Chemistry also entered a new industrial phase. Earlier dyeing, bleaching, tanning, brewing, metallurgy, and pottery had long depended on chemical knowledge, much of it practical and inherited. In the 19th century, the rise of synthetic dyes, fertilizers, explosives, pharmaceuticals, and industrial chemicals joined laboratory research to factory production more closely. William Henry Perkins' accidental discovery of movine in 1856 opened the way for synthetic aniline dyes, and German firms later built powerful chemical industries around research, patents, and trained chemists. Color itself became industrialized, no longer dependent only on plant, insect, mineral, or trade route. The dye industry shows how science, fashion, and manufacturing could reinforce one another. A new purple on a dress, a brighter textile in a shop window, or a more reliable color in printed cloth might seem far removed from laboratories and coal tar. Yet coal tar, once a byproduct of gas manufacture, became a source of chemical possibility. Waste turned into feedstock. This is one of the industrial age's recurring habits. A residue from one process becomes the raw material of another, and the economy thickens by finding uses for what had once been left aside. Alfred Nobel's work with dynamite and later explosives belongs to the same chemical century, though in a more ambivalent register. Dynamite made blasting more manageable in mining, tunneling, quarrying, railway construction, and civil engineering, while explosives also served warfare and destruction. The chapter need not dwell on violence to recognize the dual use. Industrial chemistry widened human capacity, and capacity itself is never morally simple. A tunnel through a mountain, a canal cutting, a mine, and a battlefield could all belong to the same technical lineage. Steel, made cheaper through Bessemer, open hearth, and basic processes, supported another expansion of scale. Andrew Carnegie's rise in the United States shows how steel, railways, corporate organization, and finance combined in the late 19th century. His works in and around Pittsburgh turned ore, coal, coke, rail transport, skilled labor, management, and investment into an industrial empire. The Carnegie Steel Company did not merely make metal. It coordinated supply, production, cost accounting, transport, and markets with a discipline that belonged to a more concentrated age of capitalism. The Homestead Works, associated with Carnegie's company and with the labor conflict of 1892, offers a restrained miniature of industrial power in its corporate form. The dispute between management and the Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers concerned wages, authority, union recognition, and control over the workplace. Henry Clay Frick, acting for Carnegie interests, pursued a hard line, and the conflict became one of the most remembered labor struggles in American industrial history. Its significance rests not in physical detail, but in the question it made visible: whether the modern corporation or organized labor would govern the terms of work inside the great steel plant. Corporations changed the Industrial Revolution's later shape. Early mills and works had often been partnerships, family firms, or enterprises tied closely to a founder. By the late 19th and early 20th centuries, joint stock companies, trusts, cartels, investment banks, managerial hierarchies, and multinational operations were increasingly important in sectors requiring great capital. Railways had helped normalize large corporate administration, with departments, timetables, accounts, maintenance schedules, and dispersed employees. Steel, oil, chemicals, electrical equipment, and shipping extended that logic. The owner became less visible, the organization became more durable. Office work expanded alongside factory work. Clerks, typists, bookkeepers, telegraph operators, managers, salesmen, secretaries, and accountants formed part of the industrial world's nervous system. The typewriter, filing cabinet, adding machine, telephone, duplicating processes, and standardized forms made administration faster and more routinized. Industrial society did not only multiply workers beside machines, it multiplied workers beside paper. A wage could be calculated, an order copied, a shipment tracked, a policy filed, and a complaint recorded within offices that had their own discipline of time and posture. Standardized time spread further as railways, telegraphs, factories, schools, offices, and states required coordination. Local time yielded more fully to national time, and international time zones were discussed and adopted in relation to transport, navigation, commerce, and communication. A clock in a school, a station, a factory, or an office carried more than convenience. It carried the authority of synchronization. The day became increasingly shared across distance, divided into units that allowed labor, trains, markets, lessons, and messages to meet one another. Mass education belonged to this same world. Industrial societies needed literate workers, trained technicians, obedient soldiers, clerks, engineers, teachers, and citizens able to inhabit bureaucratic states. Elementary schooling expanded in many countries during the 19th century, shaped by religion, state policy, class concerns, national identity, and economic need. Technical schools and universities became more important for chemistry, engineering, mining, electricity, and administration. The Industrial Revolution had begun with many practical mechanics and self-taught improvers. Its later stages increasingly required institutions that could produce knowledge in regular supply. Social insurance and labor protection also developed as industrial societies confronted risks that charity and poor relief could not manage alone. In Germany, under Otto von Bismarck, sickness insurance, accident insurance, and old age and disability insurance were introduced in the 1880s, partly to strengthen the state and undercut socialist appeal. Other countries moved in different ways and at different speeds through factory laws, compensation systems, public health measures, housing reforms, and union recognition. These measures did not end in security, but they acknowledged that industrial life produced risks too large to be left wholly to the individual household. Imperial rivalry intensified as industrial capacity became a measure of power. Railways, steamships, telegraphs, machine guns, steel ships, chemical industries, and modern finance strengthened the reach of empires. European powers divided and controlled territories in Africa and Asia with new administrative and military tools, while the United States and Japan entered imperial competition in their own forms. Raw materials, markets, strategic routes, labor supplies, and national prestige became entangled. The Industrial Revolution had made production more powerful, and power sought outlets beyond the factory wall. At the same time, ordinary life changed through manufactured abundance. Cheap textiles, bicycles, canned food, sewing machines, matches, soap, newspapers, ready-made clothing, clocks, lamps, and later electrical appliances entered households unevenly but persistently. A worker's home and a middle-class home were not alike, and poverty remained severe in many districts. Yet industrial production altered the range of objects that could be bought and used. Domestic comfort became more closely tied to distant systems of extraction, manufacture, transport, advertising, and retail. The household, which had once spun, brewed, mended, grown, or made more of what it used, increasingly purchased what industry supplied. Urban reform softened some of the harshest features of early industrial growth without making the city gentle. Sewers, piped water, public parks, tramways, gas and electric lighting, building regulations, public libraries, hospitals, and municipal services changed the conditions of many towns. Joseph Bazalgette's London sewer works, built after the sanitary crises of the mid-19th century, showed how engineering could enter public health at metropolitan scale. Other cities followed different routes, often slowly and incompletely. The industrial city had first grown faster than government. Later, government tried to catch up through pipes, inspectors, schools, and ordinances. The environmental costs remained. Coal smoke, slag, chemical waste, polluted rivers, mine spoil, deforestation in some regions, urban soot, and damaged lungs belong to the same world as wages, light, mobility, and cheap goods. 19th century observers often noticed the dirt, but they did not always interpret it as later generations would. Smoke could signify prosperity as well as harm, employment as well as contamination. Industrial society learned to treat some injuries as acceptable background because the benefits were immediate, measurable, and profitable. The accounting of air and water came later and remains unfinished. By the early 20th century, the industrial world had become familiar enough that its astonishing nature could be overlooked. Trains ran to timetables, ships crossed oceans under steam, cables carried messages, factories supplied stores, clocks governed work, newspapers arrived daily, schools trained children for regular attendance, and states counted populations, wages, imports, exports, accidents, diseases, and military capacity. The revolution had become routine. That is one of history's gentlest disguises. The extraordinary, repeated often enough, begins to look like ordinary life. Yet the older layers remained beneath it. Fields still fed cities. Miners still cut coal. Rivers still carried barges in some places. Hand skills survived in workshops, homes, repair trades, farms, and crafts. Animals still hauled, people still mended, seasons still mattered, and many regions of the world experienced industrial modernity, less as abundance than as extraction, displacement, or dependency. No industrial age is ever complete. It is always uneven, always layered, always carrying older worlds inside its machinery. The story that began with fields and ledgers therefore does not end with a single invention, law, or factory. It settles instead among continuities. A railway line cooled after the last train of the evening still held the memory of coal, iron, surveyors, navvies, investors, clerks, passengers, and clocks. A brick mill beside a river might stand empty, converted, ruined, or still working in altered form, while its windows held the pale reflection of a world that had once measured progress in spindles and shafts. A telegraph pole, a steel bridge, a canal basin, a warehouse wall, a row of workers' houses, a school bell, a station clock, each remained as a small, durable witness to a transformation too large to fit inside any one machine. Across continents, the materials stayed in use after the first excitement had passed. Rails lay under newer trains. Copper wires gave way to other signals, yet the habit of instant communication remained. Factory districts changed their trades, lost them, or passed them to other countries. while the discipline of production moved onward through assembly lines, power grids, container ports, data centers, and supply chains. The Industrial Revolution did not close behind the 19th century. It continued by changing its instruments. In the final distance, its history becomes less a story of smoke and engines than of rearranged relations between work and time, energy and landscape, household and market, empire and commodity, invention and capital, state and city, human need and mechanical power. Some of those relations brought comfort, longer lives, wider literacy, faster travel, and goods once unimaginable to ordinary households. Others brought coercion, fatigue, pollution, dependency, uprooting, and forms of inequality made stronger by the very systems that produced abundance. The chronicle can hold both without forcing them into a single judgment. The fields with which the story began are still there in memory, not as a lost paradise, but as the older ground from which the industrial world drew food, labor, and habits of improvement. The counting house remains in every invoice and contract. Coalbrookdale remains in the iron bridge and in the idea that material can change imagination. Watt's condenser remains in the long search for efficiency. Cromford's clock remains wherever work is timed by systems larger than the worker. Manchester, Liverpool, Lowell, Sering, Essen, Pittsburgh, Bombay, Osaka, and countless other places remain in the map of modern production, some thriving, some altered, some marked by what they once made. So the history rests not at an ending, but at a cooling edge. The furnace is lower. The rails hold their length through the ground. The old mill walls keep the day's stored warmth for a little while after the machines have stopped. Along canals and streets, beside warehouses and bridges, under wires and clocks and the steady weight of manufactured things, the world made by the Industrial Revolution remains present, not always noticed, not always named, but still lying beneath the ordinary surfaces of modern life. The journey is complete. Rest well.